I have one further piece of rather good news. I would like to share communication that I have received that the Honorable Princess Kasuni, who serves as chairperson of the National Women's Parliamentary Caucus in Zambia and is also a member of the Sadc PF Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, and on the Executive Committee, was appointed as the Minister of Central Province by the President of Zambia on 25th September. Thank you, honorable members. I think your applause has echoed our congratulations to her for this well-deserved appointment, and we extend our very best wishes for her success in this role. Thank you. Honorable members, we will take notices of motion. May I remind members to state their name and country when they take the floor. Are there any notices of motion for today?
Mr. President.
Would you please raise? Yes, I will recognize a member from Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. President, I rise to give notice that today, Friday, 24th November 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of trade, industry, finance, and infrastructure and investment on amplifying citizens' voices and regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing Parliament. So moved.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any other notices? Please raise your hand if you do. There being none, we will proceed with the first order of the day, and I call on the Secretary General to read the first order of the day.
Notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs.
The motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs is in the name of the Honorable Rosie Bistoke, its chairperson. I call on the Honorable to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Morning, Mr. President. Morning, honorable members. Mr. President, I beg to move that the 54th Plenary Assembly to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs laid on the table of the.
Thank you. I will now call for a seconder for the motion. The honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion for the adoption of the reports of the Human and Social Development and Special Program Committee to the 5th Plenary Assembly, essential of the Sadc Plenary Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion has been duly seconded by the Honorable Kasim Hassan Haji, Vice Chairperson of the committee. I therefore now call on the Honorable Bistoke to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is with great honor and privilege that I rise before you and move for the adoption of this report, which is a product of a public hearing which was conducted in the bid to address human and social development issues affecting the Sadc region. The committee, enjoyed by its mandate and espoused in terms of Rule 41E of the Rules of Procedure, convened ahead the 54th Plenary Assembly on the 13th of October 2023 to deliberate on issues of concern to the region under the theme Amplifying Citizens' Voices in Regional Integration in Southern Africa, bridging the gap by bringing Parliament to the people. Mr. President, we should remain cognizant of the fact that as representatives of the people, we need to inculcate participatory democracy by involving people in our governance processes. It is from the same spirit that as a committee conducted the public hearing to discuss issues at the core of human and social development. It is axiomatic that human and social development programs are a salient cog in the development trajectory of this region and ultimately have a bearing on the livelihoods of the diverse peoples of this region. Mr. President, we are mindful that the Sadc region continues to face a myriad of challenges owing to the exigencies of climate change, induced catastrophes with their ripple effects on social amenities. This has had an adverse and deleterious impact on access to quality and inclusive education, as well breeding other social vices like gender discrimination, forced child marriage, and child labor. The aforementioned challenges are therefore compounded by the fact that the Sadc region is still reeling from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. These challenges adversely affect the attainment of aspirations of Sadc Vision 2050, Africa Agenda 2063, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, and ultimately human and social development programs instituted by member countries. This report echoes the committee's conscientiousness of the deleterious effects of climate change disasters and their effects on education, and by extension on human and social development programs. Mr. President, the proliferation of natural disasters and their domino effects on human and social development have also come as a wake-up call on how we need to revamp and reorient education curricula. Our education sector needs to undergo a radical reform and paradigm shift from a consumption education system to an education system which produces. This radical shift should emanate from the progressive realization that the solution of the multiple human and social development crises that the Sadc region is facing rests upon overhauling the education sector. The antidote lies into the incorporation into the education curricula of innovation and industrialization in a way that will aggressively reindustrialize, commercialize, and rebuild the Sadc region. It is the committee's fervent hope that governments within the Sadc bloc develop a sense of purpose towards instituting programs that ring-fence human and social development. If Sadc is to retain relevance or to remain relevant into the ever-growing digitalized world, there is a need for a generational shift in the education curricula. It should be appreciated that most of the education curricula is contributing to turning university graduates who are not relevant in the modern global market. Hence, the Sadc region labor market is becoming saturated with redundant skills. Mr. President, as noted earlier, during the public hearing, the committee received presentations from various individuals who presented on behalf of organizations and some who presented into their own capacity. It has to be noted, Mr. President, that pursuant to this, and based on the deliberation following the presentation, the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, 1, recognized that gender discrimination was rife into the Sadc region's education institutions, and this was compounded by the rampant early child marriages and child labor with girls as the principal victims. Should be aware that climate change, especially the calamities such as cyclones and droughts, have become pervasive into the Sadc region, resulting in school dropout. It is serious to establish mechanisms to alleviate poverty as a primary factor drawing children out of school, particularly in regions with high poverty rates. We should appreciate that parliaments have a role to address logistical and infrastructural challenges and delivery of basic education. It is urged by the continued loss of skilled professionals into the education sector, including teachers. We should be aware of the emergence and utility of smart education agendas in the ever-increased digital learning environment. Cognizant that new innovations into the education sector are flourishing in other parts of the world, and that the Sadc region does not exist in isolation from the digital learning world. We should recognize that the importance of the African Union's 2024 education theme and affirming the role regional organs play at eliminating problems affecting education at all levels. Now, therefore, the committee recommends that the 54 Plenary Assembly should, 1, urge government in the Sadc region to invest more into climate change awareness campaigns, early warning systems, and to come up with expeditious contingency plans whenever such calamities arise. This could be achieved if member countries collaborate with non-governmental organizations. 2, implore parliamentarians in the Sadc member states to progressively review and repeal laws that criminalizes key populations and take actions to prevent new criminalization laws being enacted. 3, encourage parliamentarians to urge Sadc member states to spearhead the domestication of all Sadc regional instruments that speak to the key populations' health programming. To this end, Sadc PF should come up with a mechanism to measure the compliance levels of member states' commitments made. 4, urge Sadc member states to enact a peer review platform where they submit annual reports highlighting progress made into the realizations of the commitments they have made. 5, call upon Sadc member states to increase funding towards education and to further create synergies with stakeholders in education sector. There should be an exponential increase in budget towards smart education agenda. Number 6, encourage Parliament to encourage Sadc member states to devise strategies of attracting and retaining skilled education professionals. Number 7, urge governments of the Sadc member states. They should invest in technical and vocational training programs, TVET. Number 8, encourage governments of member states to review the education curricula, since most curricula have become relics of colonial legacy and out of sync with the demands of the modern world. Number 9, urge Sadc Parliament to put in place a legal framework under the youth, which the youth can lead, should be a youth-led research that can be incubated and flourish. As I conclude, Mr. President, it should be appreciated that human and social development into the Sadc region continue to face threats from the various climate change and its resultant catastrophes such as cyclones, droughts, and floods. These natural calamities have a domino effect on social services like education and health. Climatic disasters remain pervasive into the sub-Saharan Africa, and Sadc region is most hard hit as it records numerous climate disasters, which subsequently exacerbated vices like child marriage, child labor, and school dropout. The situation is further compounded by lack of properly trained education personnel, as some member states face skills like due to volatile macroeconomic milieux. Mr. President, nonetheless, a commitment of measures can be instituted to allay the situation. Sadc member states have an immense task to play into the new education agenda and also institute social policies which are human-centered to encourage sustainable economic and social growth. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I now call on the seconder of the motion, the Honorable Kasim Hassan Haji, Vice Chairperson, to address on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand before you today to second the motion, move our chairperson. I believe that you agree with me that this motion could have come to more opportune time than this when the Sadc region is facing serious challenge affecting human and social development programs. This region continues to face debilitating impact of the El Nino effect and the tropical cyclones. This turn impact on access, education, and other impact of social service. It appears the principal model opening of the most member of state in this region is to react to those vague climate change. However, allow to me to make clear call underscoring the urgent need to improve on our early warning system and the climate change profiling measure. This House should take note that this motion is consequence of a process which inclusive and that allow the citizens of this region to devise their experience in different parts of the region. Mr. President, if we are serious about sustainable development in the Sadc region, when they should agree that human and social development programs are linership to improve the livelihood of the diverse people in the region, to release the aspiration of Sustainable Agenda 2030 and African Agenda 2063. Ambitious as they may appear, great efforts to need to extend of human and social development program. If human and social development program are properly instituted, the region can achieve the following: remarkable economic growth and sustainable improved food security and nutrition, human capital development, environmental protection, climate release, and natural resource management, ICT, and digital economic health and well-being, transport, and infrastructure, among the other achievements. Mr. President, if axiomatic that is the top, every government is the protection of vulnerable group. This includes persons with disability, children, and the elder. However, you may agree with me that there is need to go beyond affairs and targetedness and ensure availability of social protection for all. This will require undertaking measures that will accelerate access to inclusive social protection, and those also including climate change mitigation strategy. Mr. President, the youth are valuable gang in the Sadc region, and they need to protect and insulate from the certain vice. Further, the youth also need to be capacitated so that they are building and strengths personal quality that enable them growth and flourish through life. This will ensure that the region significant capitals on the demographic divided. Apart from that, it is arguable the health certain and across-cutting to human well-being and development. The Sadc region need to appropriate this sector. This is an inexorable link between health and well-being as it translates to economic progress. Mr. President, education critical in the human and social development treasure. There is an urgent need to relook at our education curriculum and access if it still resonates with the demand of the 21st century, which is driving in a cutting edge. Technology and innovation should be appreciated, that innovation remain that engine to drive HSDSP. There is need to harness innovation and revolution the education system in order to create a knowledge-driving economy for sustainable growth and industrialization. For the education system to contribute to sustainable growth and development, and it is needed to have these three intrinsic characteristics as opposed by SDG 4: quality, accessibility, and inclusive. To ensure that this try to achieve this, there is need to do through skills audit and revamp the education system to meet the demand of the modern world. Mr. President, I exhort each one of us there is a regional parliamentarian forum we are conduct for the region to release the change which is need if the region is to achieve sustainable development. Human and social development special program need to be instituted and implemented. This can only be achieved through promoting inclusive and coming up with a social protection device so as I leave no one and no place behind. We should be beyond kashfaras and mantras and use you are really changed for the better of us, of our people. Mr. President, I second the motion and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairperson. The floor is now open for debate. I call on the members who wish to debate to raise their hands. I recognize Speaker of Namibia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'm taking the floor in order to share information. As we are all aware, there are many platforms where we could raise issues relating to children and with the purpose of raising awareness. It is in this spirit that I would like to share a brief report relating to an event that was hosted by Namibia recently. Honorable Mr. President, this year the world marked the World Children's Day, and that event was hosted in Namibia last Sunday, the 19th November 2023. We hosted a significant sub-regional celebration in collaboration with UNICEF Namibia. This event brought together children and leaders from 4 countries. Those 4 countries, Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. We were honored to welcome the President of Botswana, the Vice President of Zimbabwe, and Zambia's Minister of Community Development and Social Services. And of course, we were also joined by UNICEF, Regional Director for East and Southern Africa, each accompanied by a delegation of young representatives. This gathering was remarkable in the sense that it brought over 300 children from across sub-regional together for 3 days filled with festivities, dialogue, and meaningful exchanges. A highlight was interactive session where the children engaged directly with their leaders, presidents and ministers from the 4 countries that I mentioned. During these discussions, a crucial point emerged: the need to expand this network to encompass the greatest Sadc region, whereby including more countries could be brought together in this important initiative. Today I stand before you, rather sitting before you, to share this information and to basically call for the need for us to actively involve as many countries within our sub-region to become champions of enhanced regional collaboration focusing on children. Their welfare, rights, and well-being are not just a national concern, but are of paramount importance to our entire region, the Sadc region. Let us commit to this cause, ensuring that the voices and needs of our youngest citizens are not only heard, but acted upon in our collective efforts for a better future. Honorable President, colleagues, I had a privilege of networking in a discussion with our leaders last weekend, sharing the need for me as I come here to share what transpired in Walvis Bay, as well as engage them to broaden the participation and to make sure that this exercise of 4 countries are broadened to become part of the Sadc region. I also had a discussion with UNICEF Regional Director for East and Southern Africa about their own participation in the support for this initiative. Our conversation focused on critical challenges facing children in the Sadc region, highlighting the urgent need for enhanced interventions and commitment in key areas such as education, disability, social protection, and climate change. In Namibia, we have pioneered the concept of Children's Parliament, a unique forum where 4 children from each of our 14 regions are brought together to conduct their own parliamentary sessions. These young delegates elect their leaders, and with the support of dedicated secretariat, their discussions and recommendations are formalized through a communique. This communique is then presented to the National Assembly and forwarded to the executive for implementation. A testament to its effectiveness is a recent achievement where Children's Parliament played a pivotal role in persuading the National Assembly and the Minister of Finance to increase disability grants in Namibia. This is a clear demonstration of the tangible impact such a forum can have on policy and legislative reforms. Mr. President, as I conclude, building on this success, I propose that Sadc Parliamentary Forum considers being involved in this initiative of broadening the participation of such an initiative involving the entire Sadc region, and our Sadc Parliamentary Forum being part of this important initiative. This session will serve as a platform for young voices across the region to be heard and their ideas to be transformed into actionable policies. This initiative will not only empower our children, but also give meaningful changes across the Sadc region in the context of regional integration. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Do I have other members who wish to address? The Honorable Member from South Africa? From Tanzania. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm from Tanzania. Also, I have a few points to address. Number one, we have seen the report, and the report indicates that we are still far behind on attaining 50-50 policy on education between girl and boy child. I have suggestion on this one. I think Sadc countries should find alternative to make sure one day we attain this ratio, that we have 50% of girls and 50% of boys in education. I'll take example in Tanzania. Of course, we do have the same situation like many of Sadc countries. Number one, the enrollment of girls to the school are very low compared to boys. And secondly, the number of dropouts of girls out of school is higher, much compared to boys. So the government of Tanzania believes that day school, it may be the source of this girl child to be tempted to get out of school, maybe the activity that girl has to do at home compared to boys. So the government has come up with an initiative. Now the government of Tanzania, they are building a special, we can say, a special boarding school for girls all over Tanzania. And currently, we are building over 26 secondary schools, which will accommodate over 26,000 girls. So we believe by taking out these girls from day school to boarding, maybe it will prevent them from school dropout. So I think it's time now for Sadc country to come up with such an initiative. Of course, it's very expensive for our country. Like Tanzania, they will spend over 50 million US dollar, but I think it is one of the good solutions to make sure that girls get education as boys. That is point number one. Secondly, I want to comment a little bit on HIV, especially to girls. I think if I'm wrong, I think girls and women, they will correct me. But in my own perception, I believe girls, they don't have, they cannot make decisions on their own when it comes to sex. Men, most of the time, they make decisions whether to use condom or not to use condom. So, to my point, I think it is high time now, as a woman, they should empower girls to be able to make their own decision, especially because we have this problem. They should know that their life is belong to themselves. They should not accept everything. Because according to my research, if men decide that they are not going to use condom, girl will accept. If man decide that before sex they are going to test HIV or not going to test for HIV, girl will accept. I think there is a need to educate and empower our girls to be able to make decisions on their own. That is my second point. Also relating to the weather issue, climate change. Reports show us that we still have low technology on predicting the weather issues in our region. And most time these calamities come as surprise in most of our Sadc countries. I think it is the time now we should empower our institution that they should be able to predict the weather situation before those problems come. It is happened most of the time that we receive those alerts and alarms from other countries while our own institutions, they are there and they don't know anything that will come. So it is need for Sadc country to be able to empower our own institutions so that they are able to predict this weather situation before they cause a lot of problem in our country. That is my third point. And fourth point, I read the report, and I don't know if I'm correct, but whether Zimbabwe, they criminalizing the non-disclosure of HIV status, I didn't get there clear. I think the mover will explain to me. But according to I want to suggest that the people should be encouraged to disclose their HIV status, that they cannot affect other people when they do sex. Because sometimes people know they have HIV issues, but they may go to have sex with somebody without tell him or her their status. For me, I think far beyond that, but people, they may say it's not a human right, but I suggest one day we should come up with policy that every citizen in Sadc country should test HIV compulsory, and we should have a database of indicating if someone has HIV or does not have HIV. So if you get partner, you just go and Google Mr. Someone and someone, does he have a HIV status? I mean, is a positive or negative? That too. I think by that one, maybe we will reduce or will end up these HIV issues. Maybe it should be compulsory after every 3 months. All citizens, they should test for HIV, and that status should be in our database. I think most of people, they will say, oh, this is not a human right, whatever, but I think it is better for our next generation. The final point is relating to early marriage. Early marriage. I think all of us, we understand that this is we have this situation that I don't know, it's over 48% of our girls, they get married before time. To me, forcing girls to marriage before their right time is to taking out their right to education, their right to good life. For me, I think we don't have a severe punishment for people who are involved in this situation. So my suggestion, most of people, they are complaining, oh, we do have this problem, whatever. But like us members of Parliament, we are the top decision makers in our countries. So even for us complaining that we have this, we know that we have a problem, but we don't come up with measures that will prevent this early marriage. For me, I suggest one day we should come up with a very, very strong punishment for those people who are involved by one way or another into early marriage, so that we can end this problem. We can say that whether it's a father or whoever involved into forcing the girl into early marriage, whenever you're caught by that issues, you should have 30 years imprisonment. I think in 2 or 3 years, this problem will end at once. So thank you, Mr. President. Those are my few points I want to address.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I have the Speaker from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I start by observing a procedural, structural presentation which has got a disconnect between the reports that were sent to member parliaments and what was presented by the chairperson and the format is different. And yet, the report that was sent to member parliaments clearly states that, Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs to the 54th Plenary Assembly Session of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, laid on the table on the 22nd of November 2023. Well, the date could be different. And listening very carefully to the presentation towards the end, there are excellent recommendations from the chair. But when you read what was sent to us, those recommendations don't come out at all. And you read the meat of the report which was sent to us, even in sub-paragraphs and sub-themes, you don't get those recommendations. I think we need to address that structural defect so that what is sent to us, we read it, and is what we expect to be tabled before the Assembly, not something else that is read by the chair of the concerned committee. And also, we have to adhere to the rules of procedure, Sadc rules of procedure. This committee has its terms of reference defined under Rule 41, subsection 5 of the Sadc rules of procedure as follows: to deal with human and social development issues pertaining to health and combating illicit drug trafficking, HIV, human resource development, education, professional training, employment and labor, and culture and sport, science and technology, and humanitarian issues, as well as other issues to be determined accordingly. Now, this is a very loaded term of reference. My submission is that perhaps in future, why not pick on 2 or 3 subjects and deal with these more decisively than scratch, as it were, on the surface. And yet, listening very carefully to the presentation of the chair, I was really, really impressed by the recommendations. And for me, what is current among the youth, for example, which affects human and social development, is the question of illicit drug trafficking. This is a serious problem, not only in the region, in Africa, and internationally. And we need to come up with measures as parliaments to see how we can mitigate this serious situation. Having said that, Mr. President, I want to agree with the Honorable Speaker from Namibia. UNICEF focuses mainly on children's rights, especially their education, and the other aspects of the child's development. The meetings that the Honorable Speaker referred to, we have followed it very religiously, and I think it is a very instructive emerging practice, which, as the Honorable Speaker has indicated, perhaps would embrace the rest of the Sadc SADC region or SADC countries, and listening to the children speaking about their situation, how they feel about our governments, how they feel about the role of parliaments, is highly instructive. And you can tell that the children are concerned about their welfare, and yet the institutions of government appear not to pay religious attention to the needs of these youth. And I would therefore subscribe to the fact that the practice that has been started by the 4 countries be spread to the rest of the SADC countries, and we as SADC PF, I think, must also play a role. And in Zimbabwe, we have established a youth parliament where the youth from our 10 provinces come there and state the issues that concern them. And the president is in attendance, and his ministers are also in attendance. And they have to reply during those sessions to what children have raised about their welfare and how they envision the future. We have found it quite instructive in Zimbabwe, and I recommend that this committee should look at that aspect of what has been suggested by the Honorable Speaker of Namibia, to which I totally subscribe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In response to your note on the procedure, I believe it is very important that the reports presented here correspond to the reports tabled before. So I will only ask the members who will be presenting reports to ensure that we are coordinated on this one. I have a hand from Zambia. We are reaching the end of the time allocated, so I will ask the member, I will give 5 minutes for your intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Kalalwe Mkosa, Member of Parliament from Zambia. Mr. President, I agree with all the recommendations that were made by the mover of the motion, especially on the aspect of SADC member states to ensure that there is increased funding towards the education sector, and also investing more in climate change warning signs. Mr. President, investing more in education will help us achieve the SDG number 4, which talks about both boys and girls having equal chances to quality education. In Zambia, what the government has done is that it has introduced an education for all policy, where the government has made education free for pupils from grade 1 to grade 7, then from grade 8 to grade 12. There is an allocation for CDF where those who are struggling with paying school fees are given an opportunity to apply for bursaries from the Constituency Development Fund. Then we also have selected universities where the government provides scholarships and bursary loans. Then in addition to that, the government found it fit that because of this education for all policy, we are having over-enrollment, and as a result, we are having challenges with, where pupils have to sit, and the teacher-to-pupil ratio also increased. So the government found it fit to employ about 30,000 teachers for a start, that is last year, to help in reducing the teacher to pupil ratio. Then the president also gave an instruction, or rather a directive, that members of parliament should work together with the president and the government to ensure that by 2023, this year, there should be no child who should be sitting on the floor. All schools, all classrooms should have, they should have desks. And the funding for that is there through the Constituency Development Fund, which was increased from about $100,000 to almost $1.6 million. So there is need for sure to ensure that Sadc member states should invest more in education so that our children can have good and quality education. On the issue of investing more in climate change warning system, I want to make an addition that Sadc member states, and especially us as parliamentarians, we need to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that there should be prudence in the usage of funds that are meant to fight effects of the climate change or disasters that are caused by climate change. Because more often than not, you find that governments can have allocations of funds that are meant to help mitigate the effects of disasters, but because of abuse, we are failing to achieve our intended goals. Then the other thing is that we also need to be adopting cheaper approaches towards preventing some of these disasters. In as much as we are investing, or we are recommending that we should invest in climate change warning system, we can also do things like planting of trees. For example, we plant trees near the schools, which, if there are no trees, they are easily blown off by the wind, and as a result, children have difficulties in learning because the schools are blown off. So, Mr. President, with those few remarks, I end here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now give the floor to the mover of the motion to respond to the debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Mr. President. And I would like to thank all the honorable members who have contributed to the deliberation, to the report this morning. I would like to thank the Speaker of Namibia who contributed towards the sharing of information, of best practices, of new initiatives during the World Children's Day in Namibia. I would also like to thank Tanzania for its contribution on the discuss on the adequacy of challenges into the education system and the high turnouts of students, which according to the model laws, and to note that the reform which are being invested into the education system. Tanzania, in fact, deliberated on communicable diseases. We need to empower young girls, especially women, to make their own decisions and their own choices in relation to HIV testing and other commodities, and talks about climate change as well. And one issue about Tanzania brought forward is criminalization of HIV positive clients. And in fact, we deliberated on compulsory HIV testing, which probably the Secretariat, Sadc, will sort of slot something in because we know that HIV testing is not compulsory. It's offered to whoever wants to take it up, and to have a data on who's positive and negative. This I will raise with the Sadc PF. From Zimbabwe, the speaker from Zimbabwe, yes, you are correct that in the future, we shall make sure that the instruction of the procedure aligning with the reports submitted for the plenary session, especially the summary, will be aligned with the report submitted. Yes, and I presume Sadc PF has already taken note of that. And from Zambia, the funding strategies, especially to mitigate the impacts of climate change, um, uh, and in fact, as well, yes, we should invest in climate change, and especially when it comes to the warning system. But I would like to make a correction during my second paragraph of the summary. Um, on the terms of rule, it should read terms of rules 42E of the procedure, of the rules of procedure, not 41. It's a correction. But Mr. Speaker, just to round up, um, Mr. President, we are all aware that governments of the SADC are faced with threats of budget deficits. And thus, there is a greater tendency to focus budgeting on core operations such as peace and security, thus mitigating the funds available for public health, sexual and reproductive health rights, as well as threats to communicable diseases such as TB, malaria. We mentioned about HIV/AIDS, hepatitis C and B, especially amongst the drug users. And we know that access to sexual reproductive health commodities and contraceptives remain a far dream for many remote locations across the region. The right to health is not recognized as a forcible right in nearly all our region. The same applies for the lack of recognition of civic rights of LGBTI community. The commitments taken in the Addis Ababa Declaration are good examples for the region to progress in elevating its socio-economic norms to offer a better standard of living for citizens. Thus, in the effect of Addis Ababa Declaration presents as an avenue to implement the SDGs. Mr. President, let me iterate a few points I had made during the high-level meeting last month in Kigali, during the high-level meeting of the role of MPs on implementation of the ICPD 30 and Africa and Asian parliaments towards the ICPD 30. As parliamentarians of the SADC region, we must be change agents by domesticating the SADC model laws and international commitments in our respective parliaments. Being elected MPs in parliament is not enough. As MPs, we are the real voices of our constituencies. Through allocation of adequate budget to all MDAs, our oversight roles, and passing of tangible laws to ensure better lives for our citizens we serve. We are when I started my speech, I mentioned that we parliamentarians, we are the voices of the people of our country. Yes, we are the voices of the young girls forced into marriage and must discontinue their formal education. So we should mitigate for them. We are the voices of the pregnant women who have gone through gender-based violence and dying of complications of maternal health care. Namely, they are being faced with unsafe abortions due to lack of access to sexual reproductive health services. We are the voices of the LGBTIs, facing multiple barriers with strong discrimination against them, thus cannot access legal nor social support. We are the voices of key populations, namely illicit drug users, whose lives are complicated with opportunistic infections and premature deaths. Yes, we are the voices of the rejected orphans facing forced child labor, where the silent pleas may have gone unnoticed. We are the voices of the parents, namely single mothers, living in poverty and cannot afford a plate of food on the table at least once a day. We are the voices of the people with disabilities, struggling for inclusivity across the board. We are the voices of those who have been struck with disastrous calamities and has no roofs over their heads, nor economic stabilities. Yes, we are the voices of the voiceless citizens. As from today, let us look back, take stock of the challenges of our communities they are facing and turn them into conclusive opportunities through the domestication and enaction of tangible laws to ensure better, happier lives of our citizens of the Sadc region we all serve. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I now put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs be adopted. Are there any objections? There being no objection, the report is duly adopted, and we will move to the second order of the day, and I call on the Secretary General to read the second order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights.
The motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Government and Human Rights is in the name of the Honorable Selemani Jumani Zedi, member of that committee. I call on the Honorable Member to move the motion.
Thank you. Mr. President, I beg to move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report on the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights laid on the table of the House on 23rd November 2023.
Thank you, Honorable. May I have a seconder for the motion? Yes, the Honorable Member from Malawi.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion for the adoption of the report on the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, fourth plenary.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Zedi has the floor to present the report.
Mr. President, the DGHR Standing Committee, in compliance with its mandate outlined in Rule 42, subclause D of the Sadc PF Rule of Procedure, the committee conducted a public hearing which involved various stakeholders. The public hearing provided citizens with a platform to express their opinion on regional issues of interest and concern. Mr. President, from the outset, the committee noted that while the political and security situation in Sadc is relatively stable, the region faces several threats to peace and stability. These threats encompasses intra-state tensions, terrorism, violent extremists, food and energy insecurity, natural disaster, and pandemic, among others. Specifically, acts of terrorism and violent extremists in the DRC and Mozambique have disrupted peace and security, resulting in a loss of life and internal displacement. What is even more concerning is how terrorist groups exploit poverty, inequality, unemployment, and underdevelopment to gain local support and making it challenging to combat terrorism effectively. Additionally, the island states, including Madagascar, Seychelles, Comoros, and Mozambique, continue to confront the persistent threat of pirates off the eastern coast of Africa, especially in the Western Indian Ocean. Addressing the root cause of pirates requires heightened naval patrols, security measures, and international collaboration. The committee observed that public trust in institutions and leaders is declining due to their inability to combat corruption and ensure accountability. While the separation of power is recognized in legal framework, it faces challenges in practice, with the parliaments sometimes being subservient to the executive. Additionally, the committee expressed concern about the democratic deficit in the mechanism for safeguarding human rights. Despite adopting principle and guidelines for Parliament in promoting human rights in the Sadc region, there is still much work needed to mainstream human rights in a parliamentary, legislative, and oversight agendas. Submission on Sadc regional security condemned terrorism, focusing on youth recruitment due to unemployment and women vulnerability to extremism, trafficking, harassment, and violence. Concern arose about anti-terrorism laws' impact and humanitarian efforts and their compliance with international standards. The call was made to expedite implementing the Sadc regional counter-terrorism strategy and align law with international standards. Experts gave concern about all-powered autonomous weapon system, highlighting their legal and ethical issues, threat to regional peace, and violation of international humanitarian law. This system also poses an accountability gap for combat crimes. The presentation highlighted the importance of addressing corruption, the role of whistleblowers in promoting good governance and accountability, and concern about excessive political influence on electoral commission, which could impact voting rights, particularly for women and youth. Despite framework promoting youth participation, they still face marginalization due to stereotype and barriers, although their engagement is vital for social and economic development. Accelerating the implementation of the Sadc model law on election and the adoption of the Sadc principle and guideline for democratic election were stressed, emphasizing the need for citizen participation, especially in light of growing voters' apathy, particularly among youth. On what member states can do to promote and collaborate to uphold human rights, the presentation emphasized that despite adopting strategies for human rights, women and youth still lack adequate protection due to funding shortage for advocacy forum. Gender-based violence persists due to entrenched stereotype despite existing legal frameworks. Activists are urged to go beyond the direct impacts of law and examine norms upholding the freedoms of women, youth, and minority groups. During the subsequent deliberation, the committee resolved to recommend to the Plenary Assembly to urge Sadc member states to expedite the collaborative implementation of the Sadc regional counter-terrorism strategy and priority, the alignment of the anti-terrorism legal provision with international humanitarian laws to ensure access to humanitarian activity for those in need, and strict adherence to international humanitarian laws. Call for support of policies that effectively promote women's active and meaningful participation in peace and security in line with the United Nations resolution. Advocating for the development, effective implementation, and the continuous monitoring of national action plans aimed at advancing women involvement in peace and security decision, and prioritizing the production of educational material on women participation in security and the training of women as peace negotiators as crucial steps in supporting women active and meaningful engagement in peace and security efforts. Call for decisive measures to protect women in conflict situations, especially in Cabo Delgado, given their vulnerability, by combating terrorism in a gender-responsive manner and ensuring the incorporation of gender-sensitive approaches to address the unique challenges faced by women in conflict zones. Call for urgent and deliberate measure to to encourage and facilitate youth participation in electoral process by creating policies and framework that reflect the needs and concern of young people, amplifying their voices through organized platform for engagement, and making electoral fees affordable for young people to enable them participation. Call for immediate action to counter the recruitment of youth by rebel groups and their susceptibility to violent extremists by offering enhanced education and economic opportunities to engage them constructively alongside implementing reform to safeguard the right of young people in the region. Urge the Sadc PF Secretariat to consider the feasibility of conducting pre-election mission virtually to mitigate financial challenges faced by National Parliament in funding election observation mission, thereby reducing costs and ensuring continued engagement of electoral stakeholders across the region to promote democratic election and advocate for the democratization of the Sadc model law on election. Call for further engagement of National Parliament to consider allocating resources for election observation mission in the operational budget to ensure the ongoing deployment of parliamentary election observation missions, recognizing their vital role in promoting democratic election and monitoring the implementation of the Sadc model law on elections. Urge the National Parliament to prioritize awareness raising on the Sadc principle and the guideline governing democratic election and advocate for adherence to these principles by member states to enhance the quality and the credibility of election in the region. Urge Sadc member states to prioritize discussion on the rapid development and the deployment of autonomous weapon system powered by artificial intelligence, recognizing their potential risk to regional peace, security, and international humanitarian law. Collaborate in developing regional guidelines for regulation and strengthening monitoring, including through parliamentary mechanism, and actively engage in international dialogue and the global diplomatic effort to address this concern and promote the ethical and responsible use of such system in warfare. Call upon Parliament to fully utilize their legislative and oversight mandate to advocate for and facilitate the effective implementation of comprehensive measures aimed at combating corruption, including the protection of whistleblowers, as this pervasive issue not only undermines good governance, but also threatens human rights and the efficient delivery of service, emphasizing the urgent need for the enhanced demonstration and implementation of the Sadc protocol against corruption. Call for the implementation of effective measures to protect vulnerable women and girls from sexual abuse and exploitation, specifically addressing the issue of sextortion, which constitutes a form of corruption, and emphasize the importance of integrating sextortion into gender-based violence policies to ensure the establishment of safe and secure workplace environment for all individuals. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The seconder, the Honourable Leonard Mwalwanda, will now have the floor to address the motion.
Mr. President, I second the motion on the report of Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, Human Rights to the 54th Plenary Assembly as moved by the chairperson. In seconding the motion, I want to make it clear that I wholeheartedly endorse the report presented by our esteemed chairperson. The recommendation within the report holds significant weight. There are not merely suggestions, but rather a reflection of a collective stance of our committee. These recommendations mirror the concerns and aspirations voiced by the people of the Sadc region during the public hearing session, making them all more valuable and pertinent. As emphasized in the report, the stability of our region, particularly concerning political and security matters, should not be taken for granted. While we are fortunate to currently enjoy relative stability, it is imperative that we maintain the high level of vigilance in light of numerous threats to our peace and stability. These threats include a wide spectrum of issues ranging from intrastate tensions to the challenges of terrorism, violent extremism, food, energy insecurity, natural disasters, pandemic. Therefore, it is essential for us to proactively address these concerns to preserve and strengthen the stability of our region. I stand in solidarity with the mover in expressing support for the governments and the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Mozambique, who are facing devastating impacts of terrorism and violent extremism. These acts have led to loss of life and the displacement of countless individuals. Many thoughts, particularly with the vulnerable groups, including women, youth, and children, who are confronted with a double-barrel challenge. On one hand, they grapple with poverty, inequality, unemployment, and development, and on the other hand, they are exposed to the dangers of terrorism and violent extremism. Mr. President, I wish to reiterate the mover's statements regarding the pressing need for development of policies that better facilitate women's active and meaningful participation in peace security efforts. In accordance with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, adopted in 2000, this resolution addresses the impact of armed conflict on women and aims to promote their role in conflict resolution and peace building. I also associate with the call for member states to prioritize the creation of national action plan for implementing the various UN resolutions that constitute the Women, Peace, Security framework. This is critical for the promotion of women's involvement in peace, security decision-making, and the advancement of gender equality and women's rights within the context of conflict and peace building. During the public hearing, it became abundantly clear that women, who make up more than half of the population and the electorate, continue to experience significant underrepresentation in political public decision-making roles across the region. Consequently, I align myself with the movers' call for parliaments to enhance their function to actively promote gender equality, enhance women's representation in political and decision-making positions. Mr. President, this important objective can be realized through the enactment and rigorous enforcement of policies and legislation that not only uphold women's rights, but also facilitate and encourage their active participation in political processes. By doing so, we can work towards a more inclusive and equitable political landscape that reflects the diversity and strength of our society. It is also disheartening to note that youth participation in the electoral process within the region, much like the global trend, remain at a slow pace. This persistent issue can be attributed to youth It is also disheartening to note that youth participation in electoral process within the region, much like the global trend, remain at a slow pace. This persistent issue can be attributed to youth apathy, a phenomenon strongly shaped by various political, economic, and social barriers. These barriers hinder active engagement of young people in the democratic processes and addressing them is essential for fostering a more inclusive and vibrant political landscape. As I conclude, I want to echo the movers' call for parliamentarians to take further action in promoting peace, enhancing security, and contributing to regional stability. This can be achieved by reinforcing democratic institutions, upholding the rule of law, and ensuring transparency and accountability in their respective roles. It is essential for us to play an active and responsible part in these critical areas to foster a more peaceful and secure environment which allow for economic and human development and progress. I second the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The floor is now open for debate. Members may indicate if they wish to intervene, and remember to state your name and country. I will take the member from Botswana and then the member from Mozambique.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank the mover for standing in support of the motion. Mr. President, the world is afflicted by conflict. Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, Eastern DRC, Mozambique, Cabo Delgado, where we see unprecedented human rights abuses, crimes against humanity. Mr. President, you would realize that more people in contemporary conflict are actually killed by their own governments in intrastate conflicts more than interstate conflicts. Still have many of our countries afflicted by unemployment and underemployment, poverty, wealth and income inequalities, lack of access to opportunities. It is also important to note that democracy is under siege, with some regression in some parts of the world, including Africa. We have had reports of unconstitutional changes of power, not just by armed forces, but sometimes even by men and women in suits under the guise of ruling parties who cheat their ways into power. And it would appear that the people, especially of our continent, are tired. Some of the armed forces are also tired and have resorted to other means to assert the people's rights. And it's undesirable, but at times understandable. If you look at the research by Afrobarometer, they've been conducting surveys in African countries, and they show that the people of Africa are committed. They believe, trust, and demand democracy. They demand democracy. Not only that, but they also detest undemocratic alternatives. They reject undemocratic alternatives. It will appear that freedom of expression is also under threat. This includes freedom to hold opinions, corruption and mismanagement, oppression of opposition parties by ruling parties, including in legislative assemblies with the support sometimes of the speakership, is prevalent in some of the parliaments around the world, and Africa is no exception. As members of parliament, we need to support peace, silencing of the guns, and the diffusing of bombs. But certainly, we cannot, Mr. President, support negative peace characterized only by the absence of violence, whilst there exists structural violence of oppression and economic hardship. Let me take this point to extend my empathy for the people and government of the DRC on the developments in the Eastern Congo. And I reminisce on the role of our former president, late President Sadc Masire, former president of the Republic of Botswana, for his sterling job in the inter-Congolese peace dialogue in the past. Let me also recognize the efforts, role, and contribution of the Republic of Botswana in ensuring peaceful resolution of conflicts in the Sadc region and Africa at large. Currently, Botswana has sent troops to Mozambique under the auspices of Sadc to help resolve the conflict in the Cabo Delgado area in Mozambique. Botswana has also in the past contributed to peace efforts. For instance, in 1998 in the Kingdom of Lesotho. We have also in the past, in the 90s, under the auspices of the United Nations, engaged in peacekeeping missions and deployed troops in both Mozambique and Somalia. And it is our wish to see peaceful resolution of conflicts because a peaceful Sadc region and Africa are a prerequisite to socio-economic development and regional integration. And it's imperative that we continue to work together as a region towards peace and stability and condemn acts of aggression which result in violation of human rights and flagrant violation of international law, including disregard of the laws of conflict as espoused by the Geneva Convention, and the loss of lives at unprecedented scale and the untold human suffering has to end in all parts of Africa. Mr. President, our role as members of Parliament should not be reduced to rubber stamping executive decisions on matters of defense and security. We need to build capacity and avail resources to parliaments and enable them to make meaningful contributions and decisions towards peace and security. We need to air our views and shape foreign policies of our respective countries, thereby ensuring a more peaceful region in which there is respect for international law and human rights. Consequently, Sadc PF as a regional parliamentary forum has to speak louder, unequivocally, and consistently on matters of regional peace and security, including on matters of inter- and intrastate conflict. Finally, Mr. President, let's encourage Sadc, AU, UN, and other international organizations to put the regional peace and security issue, in particular conflicts in some parts of our region, at top of their agendas and recognize the sovereign right of the countries to defend themselves. Mr. President, I wish to make quick recommendations that it's important for our Parliament in provision of the oversight of the executive, to ensure that our countries formulate national security strategies, which are also, transparently published, and which also engage all other stakeholders, but also most importantly to have codified national security policies. It's also important that we improve the role of Parliament in providing oversight of defense and security, so that this does not become the purview of the executive. With those remarks, I completely associate myself with the views of the mover and support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. I give the floor to the member from Mozambique, Madam.
Obrigada, Senhor Presidente. Senhor Presidente, ilustres deputados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, permitam-me que saúde a Comissão Permanente sobre a Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos. O terrorismo, o extremismo violento e as catástrofes naturais continuam a ser uma grande ameaça à paz e à estabilidade na região e, em particular, em Moçambique. Os eventos climáticos extremos, que ontem eram raros, são atualmente cada vez mais frequentes e tensos. Moçambique tem sido ciclicamente afetado pelas calamidades naturais. O país tem sofrido de seca prolongada, calor intenso, cheias de inundações, ciclone e outros fatores associados. Nos últimos 20 anos, a elevada frequência a alteração e intensidade dos eventos climáticos extremos passaram a constituir uma ameaça. Funcionam como entrave à aceleração do crescimento econômico e tendem a coroer os ganhos já alcançados. Os ciclones Idai e Kennedy são exemplos claros de eventos extremos. Os dois ciclones, só em Moçambique, causaram cerca de 700 mortes e impactos negativos equivalentes a mais de 3 bilhões de dólares americanos, traduzidos na destruição de infraestruturas públicas e privadas, como estradas e pontes, escolas, unidades sanitárias, entre outros. É imperioso que, com urgência, se mude o atual cenário, aumentando o volume de financiamento para intervenção que se adapte à resiliência climática e recuperação das economias, de modo a voltar-se aos cariz nos nossos objetivos de desenvolvimento a médio e longo prazo. Tal como o relatório se refere, o terrorismo, o extremismo violento tem vindo a assolar alguns países da região, incluindo Moçambique, desde 2017. No meu país, foi muito violento como se caracterizou este fenômeno. Na sua fase inicial, chocou quase todo mundo e causou indignação coletiva. Foram matanças das mais cruéis possíveis, como a deslocação e dissipação de cabeças e órgãos humanos, onde mesmo as crianças não foram poupadas. A destruição e sabotagem de infraestruturas, a paralisação do projeto de exploração do gás natural. Graças ao apoio incondicional das Forças de Defesa e Segurança da Sadc e da contingente de Ruanda, que se juntaram às Forças de Defesa de Moçambique, foi hoje possível conter o avanço do terrorismo e devolver a paz na província de Cabo Delgado. Dito isto, Senhor Presidente, apelo aos ilustres deputados, meus pares, que adotemos o relatório da Comissão Permanente sobre a democratização, governação e direitos humanos, à 50ª sessão plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da Sadc. Muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the member from South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I first would like to pay my respects to our outgoing chairperson, Honourable Bart Kweni, who never stood for elections again, and in so doing can no longer undertake his position as our chairperson of this committee, but did a very good job, and for that I think that we owe him a round of applause for the good work that he did for this committee. Secondly, I'd like to say that in line with the theme of what people are saying, and I've brought it up a few times in this committee to all and sundry, anyone that would listen, Africa is not without its own problems. And it's very sad to see that at a time where Russia and Ukraine was making a lot of headlines, the UN was making all these resolutions around Israel and forgetting about Russia and Ukraine, and then it all of a sudden became to talk about Russia and Ukraine. It never spoke about Tigray. It never spoke about Ethiopia. And this is the doorstep of the African Union. When Israel and Palestine are going through the turmoil that they're going through, Darfur is going through the deaths that are taking place in Darfur in one day is not even the amount of deaths that have taken place in the whole of the Palestinian-Israel intifada. But what does it say to us? Do African lives matter? And it's in the same vein that we were on a democracy governance human rights workshop with the EU. And in my speech, I said to them, we know that climate change, we know that agriculture, we know that these topics are important topics because this will have an impact on our human rights. This will have an impact on productivity. This will have an impact on migration. It will have an impact on Africa. But how do you start talking about migration? How do you start talking about climate control when you can't even feed us? When you can't even put shelter over our heads? So it sounds like when the EU come and they give money for workshops and that, it sounds like what they're saying to us is, you must look after your animals and you must look after your air quality. And then what it sounds like to an African is that the EU care more about our animals and our air quality than they do about us. When it comes to money being given by the international world, I often say this, and it's repeating myself because you know that I've said this often and often, it mustn't be about aid. Aid doesn't reach its intended recipient. Aid enriches the powerful. Aid enriches those that benefit because they know how to get that check from the donor into their own trust. And so when it comes to aid, we mustn't ask for aid, we must ask for trade. And it's from the EU, it's from our sponsors that we thank them for what they do for us, but we mustn't ask for aid, we must ask them to rather trade with us. But when it comes to an African life, we want a seat at the adult table. We don't want a seat at the children's table. We believe that Africa's problems is that we are still treated with the mentality that will keep us having a slave mentality. We are treated with a mentality that makes us believe that we're inferior. We are treated in a way that makes us know that we have resources. We have the most resources in the world. But we're not allowed to create or manufacture our resources. Someone else has to do it for us. They will do it for us and then they'll sell it back to us at a higher price. We must get to manufacturing our resources. We must own our own resources, manufacture our own resources, and then sell our resources. We must not allow other countries to come and interfere in this continent and create wars in our continent, because while Sadc is looking at what's taking place in Sadc and what's taking place in the Middle East, what they're not looking at is what's taking place in the west of Africa. In the west of Africa, the coups that were taking place, if you believe that those coups were just about Africa versus Africa, if you believe that those coups were just about internal politics, then you believe in the tooth fairy, and then you believe in the impossible, because that was outside interference. That's people playing politics with Africa. That's people interfering in the politics of Africa. So what we've got to do as Sadc is we've got to start, our charity begins at home. We've got to start by believing that Black Lives Matter here. And we've got to make sure that Black Lives Matter here. So it was mentioned here already that the DRC is asking for our help. We've got to believe that when there's elections taking place in this region, all our people in this region want us as Sadc to observe the election. They want us to come there and make sure that we are observing a free and fair election. They want us to make sure that we protect our people from terrorism. Because how long has Mozambique sat here and said to us, We don't want these terror organizations on our doorstep. We've seen how they treat people all over the world. We don't want them here. We're losing out on the economy because of terror. So Sadc has to stand up by starting to believe in ourselves and believing that every life, black life, matters. And it's for this, Madam Speaker, and Chairperson and Secretary General, it's for this reason that I say, don't rely on the UN. The UN is broken. We've seen that the UN is broken. The UN is political. How can you have a place like Iran in charge of the Human Rights Council? How can a place that doesn't allow women to vote and doesn't allow women to drive, how can they be in charge of human rights? So the UN is broken. America's grey listing a whole lot of countries in this room. They're grey listing. Our economy is being run by America. If America is to pull the plug on South Africa tomorrow, they have to close the embassy in South Africa tomorrow, they could cause economic turmoil in South Africa. They could cause a civil war in South Africa by playing politics on South Africa's land. What control does Sadc have in its own continent? So I want to suggest strongly that we start looking at the issues in our committee that really affect our people, and we start placing a value on the individual that we care about, the individual that we govern, and that we start seeing that African lives do matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. With that, I will give the floor to the Honourable Zedi, the mover of the motion, to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 4 contributions, and the first one is really from the seconder, Honourable Leonard Malwanda from Malawi. I thank you very much for endorsing the report. And the second contribution was from Honorable Ditapole from Botswana. You raised very good points, and I underline some of the very important sentences from your contribution, that as a Sadc PF, we need to support peace strongly. And you emphasize that we have to speak louder on the issue concerning peace. And lastly, you emphasize the importance of we as Sadc region to come up with very strong national security policies. So thank you very much for your contribution. And the third contribution came from Mozambique, from Honorable Jeromina Agostino. We have well noted your contribution, and you took through your experience very well, and we really support and understand your points. And the last one was a contribution from Honorable Bergman from South Africa. You also raised very, very important points that emphasize that we as Sadc region will have to stand on ourselves, and we have to be strong, louder. And I underline one of your sentences that in most cases, aid does not reach the intended recipient. That's something that I underline. And I take it with me even for the future uses. Mr. President, with these words, I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Honourable Zedi. With this, we have concluded on debate of the motion, and I will now put the question that the report of the Standing Committee of Democratization, Governance and Human Rights be adopted. Are there any objections? There being none, the report is duly adopted. Thank you, honorable members. We are now due for a break, and I will call break time now. And we will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
Honorable speakers, head of delegation, honorable members, and ladies and gentlemen, a small change in the announcement which was made earlier by the Secretary General in the morning regarding the visit to the chamber. The visit will be undertaken as per the announcement set in groups, and in regard to speakers and head of delegation, Mr. Speaker has invited all the speakers and the delegates to
Thank you, honorable members. We will resume with the third order of the day, and I ask the Secretary General to read the third order.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment.
Thank you. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment is in the name of the Honorable Napatelo Kio Rapetse, its Vice Chairman of the committee. I call on him to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the report for Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, titled Amplifying Citizens' Voices and Regional Integration in Southern Africa, Bridging the Engagement Gap by Bringing Parliament to the People, be adopted. I move.
Thank you, honorable member, and I call for a seconder of the motion. The honorable member from Mauritius.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, so ably moved by the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Ditapelo K.O. Rapetse. Mr. President, as you are aware, the 51st Plenary Assembly adopted the Sadc Model Law on Public Financial Management.
Hello, honorable member, are you presenting the report?
No, she's a seconder.
You seconding. Please.
Proceed?
Yes.
So the PF Model Law provides a framework which member states can use to reform or strengthen their domestic public finance and budget laws.
Honorable member, would you please just
Mr. President, I second the report.
Thank you. The Honorable Vice Chairperson will present the report.
I wish to raise on a point of order before we go into the report.
Yes.
Mr. President, I am aware of the procedural point raised by the Right Honorable Speaker of Zimbabwe, Senior Counsel. And in my speech, the recommendations are succinctly summarized into two. But in the report, which has been circulated, there are 12 recommendations. And in light of the time allocated, I seek your indulgence on whether to read out the recommendations in the report or go ahead with the summation that I've done. I say this in light of the procedural point raised. And I think because the report has been circulated, it would be in order to summarize. I seek your guidance.
I would ask the Secretary General to guide you on procedure. I hope the honourable member
Yeah,
is
I'm
appropriately
properly guided,
guided.
yeah.
Please proceed with the report.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning once again, honorable members, colleagues, distinguished delegates. Mr. President, in accordance with these terms of reference set out in Rule 42B of the Sadc PF Rules of Procedure, the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment conducted a public hearing on 17th October 2023, which was held under the theme, Amplifying Citizens' Voices in Regional Integration in Southern Africa, Bridging the Engagement Gap by Bringing Parliament to the People. Mr. President, the public hearing was held virtually and was the second time that the Sadc PF was hosting such a meeting. The Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment received valuable submissions from Sadc citizens and stakeholders on various topical issues in the commerce, trade and industry subsector. Based on the stakeholder submissions, the committee has made some recommendations to this plenary assembly with the hope that they will find their way to the Sadc member states for appropriate action. I'm sure that the honorable members of parliament have acquainted themselves with the committee's report to this plenary assembly. With the understanding, allow me to just highlight a few issues that have been captured in the report. Mr. President, the starting point is to highlight some of the measures and mechanisms that are available at continental and regional levels in which can be leveraged by Sadc countries to improve domestic and regional trade and enhance regional economic integration. The Plenary Assembly is aware that in 2019, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AfCFTA, entered into force on 30th May 2019, and trading under the agreement commenced on 1st January 2021 and offered significant promise for economic transformation of Africa by promoting trade among African countries. In the Sadc region, all member states have deposited their instruments of ratification except Madagascar. 12 of the Sadc member states have submitted tariff offers to the AfCFTA Secretariat with regard to trade in service, while 15 have submitted their schedules for specific commitments. Now, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, despite these milestones, there are still some bottlenecks that have slowed down the uptake of the agreement among Sadc member states. Some of the notable impediments include the limited understanding of the status and key components of AfCFTA by the private sector in the region, especially with regard to understanding the opportunities and risks, as well as the non-existence of a regional structure to coordinate member states on the agreement, as was the case in other regions which had transitioned into customs unions that participated as a bloc in a AfCFTA process. It is said to note that Sadc member states participate individually and sometimes table divergent positions on key issues. In view of these challenges, the Sadc Secretariat has undertaken to support Sadc member states by carrying out sensitization workshops for the private sector on the AfCFTA. In addition, Mr. President, Sadc is facilitating the establishment of a regional coordination forum on the AfCFTA, as well as its implementation at member states through implementation committees. This measure is designed to mitigate the gap created by lack of customs union in the region. Mr. President, I therefore call upon all member states to take advantage of these interventions by Sadc so that they can reap maximum benefits from the AfCFTA. Mr. President, allow me to draw the attention of the Plenary Assembly to the debt situation in the Sadc region. The Sadc Protocol on Finance and Investment advocates for a public debt GDP ratio of less than 60%. But as we have discussed this previously in our committees and in the plenary in Arusha, however, only 4 countries, namely Tanzania, Swatini, Botswana, and Lesotho, are below this threshold. This entails that the rest of the countries may fall into debt crisis if they are not already there. Mr. President, it is public knowledge that some of the SADC countries have defaulted on their interest repayment on debt accrued from international lenders. This has put serious strain on their economies and fiscal space to meet their socio-economic development needs. Mr. President, in view of this state of affairs, the committee has made some far-reaching recommendations to this August Assembly. Some of the recommendations made by the committee are for the plenary assembly include, among others, urging national parliaments to galvanize parliamentarians to insist upon transparency, accountability, and parliamentary approval in debt contraction agreement, in line with Parliament's oversight and representative roles. Member states should enact access to information laws, which are key in facilitating citizens' participation in governance by having information about loans taken on their behalf. The committee also strongly urged member states to avert debt distress by pushing for stronger coordination between multilateral, bilateral, and private creditors to offer debt relief to all countries in or at risk of debt distress, including reforming the common framework for debt treatment by making the process more efficient, transparent, and inclusive. Also, to ensure loan agreements provide for the suspension of payments in times of crisis like extreme weather, climate events, or other natural or other disasters. And also to refrain from agreeing to stipulations in that agreement that may undermine government's ability to meet their economic, social, and cultural rights obligations. Mr. President, in conclusion, I wish to sincerely thank you for the guidance that your office continues to provide to the Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance, and Investment. I further wish to express my sincere gratitude to the Secretary General and her esteemed team for the support rendered during the committee's deliberations. Finally, I'd like to thank my colleagues, members of the Trade, Industry, Finance, and Investment for their hard work and commitment to the work of the committee. Lastly, I would like to welcome the new members into the committee, particularly a member from the Parliament of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who is a new member to our committee. And with that said, Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. The seconder of the motion, the Honorable Joan Tour, member of the committee, will now have the floor to address the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to second the motion to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, so ably moved by the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Ditapelo K.O. Rapetsi. Mr. President, as you are aware, the 51st Plenary Assembly adopted the Sadc Model Law on Public Financial Management. The PFM Model Law provides a framework which member states can use to reform or strengthen their public finance and budget laws. The Sadc Model Law on PFM seeks to, inter alia, enhance parliamentary budget oversight through sector budget analysis and budget tracking. This will in turn make the executive more transparent and accountable in public resources mobilization, appropriation and utilization. Mr. President, a number of the stakeholders who made submissions to the committee during the public hearing were concerned that despite having the SADC model law on PFM in place, the legal framework on PFM of most SADC countries was not strong enough in terms of provision to support meaningful parliamentary involvement and security in public financial management. To this end, the committee has recommended that parliamentarians should take up the leading role in advocating for enhanced PF legal frameworks in their respective jurisdiction. Once this is achieved, parliaments will play a significant role in ensuring that the scarce financial resources are protected from being misappropriated or misapplied. Mr. President, on the issues that repeatedly came up during the public hearing was regarding the overdependence of African states in general and SADC countries in particular on technical and financial support from outside the continent. Stakeholders recognized that despite the region being well endowed in natural resources, its economic growth was relatively slow, while its fiscal space were perpetually in distress and could not thus support sustainable development. The poverty levels in some countries continue to increase in the face of abundant natural resources and a youthful human capital. Mr. President, despite the apparent poverty levels, it was reported that Africa has been losing nearly $89 billion a year in illicit financial flows, such as the tax evasion and theft, amounting to more than it received in development aid. In the SADC region, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and South Africa had suffered some of the highest illicit financial flows between 2013 and 2016. This speaks to the fact that Africa's abundant resources do not benefit its people, but are rather externalized illegally through illicit capital outflow. Mr. President, this state of affairs is most saddening. As a sub-region of the African continent, SADC needs to take charge of its destiny. It is for this reason that the committee has recommended that this plenary assembly should urge SADC member states to strengthen their legal frameworks and seal loopholes through which the region's wealth is illegally externalized. Further, member states are urged to join together to harness the abundant natural resources through value addition and promote commerce and trade within or among SADC countries. Mr. President, these proposals will only work if as a region we resolve to put our personal economic benefit aside and focus on the comparative advantages that exist amongst the SADC countries as a unit. In conclusion, allow me to add that the SADC member parliaments should take deliberate measures to create a legislative framework to address youth unemployment, which will ultimately address the issue of strengthening youth participation in governance processes and overspheres. Through this plenary assembly, the committee also urges SADC governments for the inclusion of SMEs in the development agenda by supporting them with appropriate policies, access to cheap financing, and easy movements of their goods and services in the region. Women and youth-run SMEs should be given special incentives to promote growth and job creation. Mr. President, I second the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The floor is now open for debate. Members who wish to address, please raise your hands and remember to introduce yourself by name and country. We do not have any interventions. On the Honourable Member from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me an opportunity to make a contribution on the topic on the floor. Mr. President, I support the motion that has been moved. And in addition to the recommendations that the mover made, I would like to state that as Sadc member countries, there is need for us to enhance domestic resource mobilization. That is one way we are going to help our countries to avoid falling into debt trap. That's one way we are going to avoid our countries accumulating so much debt that we may end up failing to repay. Then the other issue, we need to avoid borrowing money that we invest in consumption. We need to avoid borrowing money for consumption purposes. It is always recommended, Mr. President, that as we borrow money from outsiders and from outside financiers, we invest the money in enhancing production. When we do that, we can address the challenge of unemployment among the youth that was talked about by the seconder of the motion. Because if you borrow money, if we just borrow money to, for example, use or to put into social activities, we will not have any cash generating avenues where we'll get the money for paying back. But if, for example, we get money, we invest in something that will be producing money, it will be easy for us to generate money where we can, to generate money that we can use to repay our debt. An example that I can give you, you'll find that maybe a country can borrow maybe say $30 million to finance the purchase of a statistical package, all right? Yet the same $30 million can be used to finance an investment, for example, in sugar production, which can create over 500 jobs. Then the other thing that we need to make sure that we put our minds on is on the issue of utilization of our resources. The resources that we have as Sadc member countries are not being utilized effectively. We have a number of minerals in our respective countries which we are not using to generate forex. We are underutilizing them. And mostly you find that the outsiders, they are the ones that are coming to invest and get the benefits from such investments. So it is very important, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, that we as members of Parliament should advocate for effective use of our resources to help us generate resources, to help us generate the cash resource that we can use to finance our development and as a result, reduce on borrowing. With these few remarks, Mr. President, I support the motion. Thank you.
There being no other interventions, I will ask the mover of the motion to respond on the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. There were only two interventions, including the secondment of the report. I should have stated at the beginning that the Right Honourable Speaker from the Mountain Kingdom of Lesotho is here. I'm holding fort for the chair, who is an MP from Lesotho. I've been chairing for quite a while now. In light of what has been happening in some parts, I hope I don't coup the chair who I've been acting for such a long time. Let me extend my gratitude to the Honorable Gentle Lady from Mauritius for seconding the motion. She touched on the importance of tapping from the public finance management model law that has been adopted by the plenary, that we need to incorporate this or domesticate this into our legislation. She particularly emphasized the oversight role of Parliament, that it has the power of purse, and this must not only be in theory but in practice, especially when it comes to strengthening the PFM legal framework in our respective countries. She alluded to the dependency syndrome on outside assistance, on aspect of technical and financial assistance. Despite abundant resources in our continent, in our region, that is important that as members of Parliament look at this issue, that we need to harness our abundant resources and reduce or abolish this dependency syndrome. But what jarringly stood out from her remarks was that Africa was losing a lot of money, $89 billion in illicit financial flows. And I might add, Mr. President, that this is in addition to capital flight. The licit or the legal capital flight, especially in those countries that have abolished their foreign exchange controls. We have the so-called foreign investors. Some come with briefcases, they win big government tenders, they build roads, they build dams, they build bridges, and afterwards they ship out all the proceeds that they got from building these big projects without or with little regard to investing in the countries that they did business in. So when you add the illicit financial flows and the legal capital flight, repatriation of huge profits, you find that a lot of resources actually leave the African continent, and the Sadc region is no exception. So I entirely agree with the point raised by the Honorable Gentle Lady from Mauritius for the second of the motion. Most importantly, and this has been the point that we've been discussing in the committee, in the plenary, that we have abundant resources. Diamonds, platinum, lithium, uranium, copper, nickel, timber, rubber, fresh waters, you name it. The point raised by the honorable member seconding the motion was on beneficiation of our resources so that there is value addition before we ship them in their raw form to overseas, to those countries that we normally go cap in hand to give us financial and other technical aid. So it's a good point that we need to beneficiate. In diamonds, for instance, Botswana has taken a position to beneficiate its diamonds, not just cutting and polishing, but even jewelry manufacturing. you know that the big diamond trading center has moved from London to Botswana. And recently, the agreement between GBS and Botswana government is that a significant portion of the diamonds, which is 50% in 10 years, will remain in the country, and only 50% can leave the country. And this presents a big opportunity for us to beneficiate our diamonds. And we hope that this can be emulated by other countries, but not just in diamonds, but in other minerals as well. I know that Zimbabwe has also taken a decision regarding lithium, which is a very progressive decision on beneficiating this important commodity. And these are progressive policies in mineral beneficiation. And I believe that the two countries and others that I may not have mentioned are sending a clear message to those that depended on our resources that times have changed and that these are our resources and we need to beneficiate them, not only to just add value, but to also create jobs, jobs that have been exported to those countries which have monopolized the industry. The beneficiation will now go to our country. Honorable Mukosa from Zambia also echoed the same sentiments on domestic resource mobilization to avoid the debt traps, that we need to engage in robust domestic resource mobilization to make sure that we tap on our local pension funds, we tap onto local borrowing instead of foreign borrowing, but we also mobilize our internal resources more than we depend on the debt which comes with a tide aid. We reminisce on, sadly, on the structural adjustment policies in the past, where African governments were told by the international financial institutions, particularly the Bretton Woods institutions, IMF and the World Bank, that liberalize your trade and finance, let the state roll back. The state should not play a meaningful role in the economy. Cut public service expenditure low. Privatize your parastatals and state enterprises. And all these other stringent measures that plunged our countries into poverty, into financial crisis, into deep economic crisis. And that this must be avoided. I agree with Honorable Mukosa from Zambia through domestic resource mobilization. Avoidance of borrowing for consumption, but for enhancing production. This is a very, very important point. There have been debates in other parliaments where the executive will motivate borrowing for supporting the budget. And the argument by Honorable Mukosa is that if we are compelled to borrow, let's borrow to enhance production so that we create jobs, so that we enhance productive capacity, so that we add value to the economy, including economic growth, which will result in job creation. It's a very important point that he has made on the effective use of our resources. So with these interventions, Mr. President, I wish to stop here and extend my sincere gratitude to those members who intervened and those members who showed their support through their silence. I believe that the silence meant that they approve of the report. With those few remarks, Mr. President, I beg to move. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Debate being closed, I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment be adopted. Are there objections? There being no objections, the report is duly adopted. And we will move to the next order. The Secretary General will read the fourth order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources.
The motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources is in the name of the Honorable Ismail Onani, its chairperson. I therefore call on him to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, I rise to move the motion for adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, which contains the committee's resolutions and recommendations to this plenary assembly following the public hearing session that the committee conducted on the 18th of October 2023 under the theme Amplifying Citizens' Voices in Regional Integration in Southern Africa, Bridging the Engagement Gap by Bringing Parliament to the People.
Thank you. I will call for a seconder for the motion, the honorable member from Zambia. Sorry, not Zambia, from Tanzania. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion for adoption of the report of Standing Committee of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources.
Thank you. The Honorable Onani will now have the floor to present the report.
Mr. President, the Sadc region continues to experience climate change-induced droughts and cyclones with severe impact on food security and nutrition inadequacy. Let me point out that in the year 2022-2023 rain season, many areas in the region experienced below average rainfall. I wish to cite examples of southern Angola, northern Botswana, northern Namibia, southwestern Zambia, and northeastern Madagascar, which witnessed one of the driest seasons since 1981. On the other hand, floods and violent storms, which have displaced thousands of people in southern Africa, are worst natural catastrophes in the region which have had significant impact on Africa's agrarian livelihood. We can talk about Cyclone Freddy and Ida. The rural population and the marginalized groups have been the most affected due to the slow response rate from the governments owing to their inadequate investments for preparedness to disaster. Mr. President, it is not a secret that our people continue to live in abject poverty, despite a plethora of minerals and natural resources at the disposal of our country. The beneficiaries of our transitional minerals are the foreign firms which mine our minerals in large quantities, but the remittances in the form of royalties, dividends, and taxes are not satisfactory. Given the above, Mr. President, your Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources conducted a public hearing session on the 18th of October 2023 to get the views of the Sadc citizens and the general public on the critical issues that affect our region. Mr. President, I wish to report that the committee received 9 submissions from organizations and individuals on the following theme areas. A, addressing food insecurity in the Sadc region. B, the role of MPs in ensuring accountability, climate finance. C, how should countries enhance their preparedness and response strategies to address the growing threat to climate change-induced droughts and flooding on food security and nutrition? D, climate change position statement. E, Position statement advancing transparency and accountability in Malawi's energy transition. F. Climate change and human security issues in the Sadc region. G. What steps should Sadc member states take to maximize the sustainability exploitations of transitional minerals, ensuring economic benefits and environmental protection? H. Young people and women in agriculture. I. The water, energy, food nexus. Mr. President, after receiving the submissions, the committee made the following observations. A. The committee highly appreciated the insightful and thought-provoking submissions from organizations and individuals. B. The submissions have made plausible suggestions to assist the Sadc region to coming up with the strategies to enhance the region's preparedness and response to address the growing threat of drought and flooding induced by climate change on food security and nutrition. C. The committee took cognizance of the fact that Southern Africa is endured with natural resources and transitional resources, non-renewable, but the people of the region continue to live in abject poverty. D. That the effects of climate change have worsened the already critical hunger and poverty situation in the Sadc region. E. The messages on climate change are too technical for typical rural youth and communities to fully understand issues of climate change for them to take appropriate actions for effect mitigation. The committee, Mr. President, therefore resolved to submit its recommendations to the 54th Plenary Assembly for consideration and adoption to A. Call upon Sadc member states to promote inclusivity and gender responsiveness towards climate change while at the same time implementing the Paris Agreement. B. Employ Sadc member states to secure resources for climate financing to repair damaged infrastructure and mitigate other climate change effects. C. Encourage Sadc member states to invest in proper, clean, and renewable energy solutions. D. Call upon Sadc parliaments to strengthen their parliamentary committees on natural resources to adequately exercise their mandate, particularly on climate change. E. Engage member states to open a sovereign fund so that the proceeds derived from mining sector could be utilized for the benefit of the citizens. F. Prompted Sadc member states to formulate legal frameworks that compel miners to consider environmental rehabilitation and regeneration and hold miners accountable for any damage. G. Urge member states to promote citizens' consultations and engagements in decision-making on issues that affect their communities. H. Encourage Sadc member states to improve research on climate security and assessment on climate-related security risks in the region to mitigate the risks timely. I. Urge Sadc parliaments to show political commitment by enacting laws, policies, passing climate financing budgets, and use all available instruments to mitigate climate change consequences to the people and the environment. J. Urge Sadc member states to create a regional market where member states can dictate prices of their minerals. H. Call upon Sadc member states to facilitate capacity building for women and youth to promote active engagement in agriculture. And I further call on the member states to increase access to clean and affordable renewable energy technologies for productive use. In conclusion, Mr. President, the committee would like to thank all organizations and individuals who made their submissions to the committee. Our sincere thanks should also go to the Secretary General of the SADC-PF and SADC-PF Secretariat for organizing and facilitating the public hearing session for the committee in a professional manner. Mr. President, I therefore beg to move that the report of the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Standing Committee be adopted by the Plenary Assembly. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The seconder, the Honorable Hawa Mwaifunga, Vice Chairperson of the committee, will now have the floor to address on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion for adoption of report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources that has been eloquently moved by Chairperson of the committee, Mr. Onani Daila. As outlined by the Chairperson, the report contains the committee's resolutions and recommendations arising from the public hearing session that was held on 18th October 2023. Mr. President, in support of mover of the motion, I wish to remind this plenary assembly that the effect of Cyclone Freddy in Mozambique were exacerbated after its second landfall with further floods and wind damage. Of the three countries, the hardest hit was Malawi, where incessant rains caused catastrophic flash floods, with Blantyre suffering the brunt of it. The nation's power grid was crippled, with its hydroelectric dam collapsing. The cyclone killed at least 1,434 people. 1,216 people were killed in the onslaught of Fred in Malawi, with 537 people missing and presumed dead. 198 in Mozambique, 17 in Madagascar, 2 in Zimbabwe, and 1 in Mauritius, making it the first tropical cyclone globally to claim at least 1,000 lives since Cyclone Idai in 2019. Besides the loss and damage, the cyclone also brought out pandemic of cholera, Government of Malawi 2023, posing a threat on the health of citizens. There were so many consequences suffered by the affected communities, such as rural-urban migration, loss of jobs, food insecurity, to mention but a few. On the matter of extractive sector, as mentioned by the mover, Mr. President, mining operations usually lead to substantial land displacement. The scale of displacement has several social and economic consequences, including forced relocation, loss of farmland, loss of livelihoods, and lack of access to resources, violating the fundamental human rights, including the right to adequate housing and food, as recognized under international law. Mr. President, the challenges are many, but I would like to flag out lack of consultation. Communities often report a lack of consultation and participation in decision-making processes regarding mining projects, infringing upon their right to participate in matters affecting them. This hampers community rights and interests, as local population often remain uninformed and excluded from decision-making, leading to potential land disputes and environmental degradation. With this situation, other risks such as peace and security are factored in, thus causing a whole lot of other problems. Mr. President, I would like to conclude my remark by requesting Sadc member states to have mandatory comprehensive human rights impact assessments for all mining projects involving critical minerals prior to granting mining licenses, to understand and address potential social, environment, and health implications on affected communities. On the issue of climate change, farmers must be empowered with the use of climate-smart agriculture practices, such as drought-resistant crops and water conservation techniques to improve their resilience to climate change. Furthermore, I wish to urge member countries to build early warning systems to extreme weather events so that people can be evacuated to safety before disasters strike. Mr. President, with these few remarks, I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The floor is open for debate. Members who wish to address, yes, remember to state your name and country. Is it the member from South Africa?
Thank you, yes. Thank you, President. My name is Seiso Mohai, South Africa. As pointed out, I rise in support of the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, as presented by Chair of the Committee, Mayor Konani, and emphasizing the critical importance of addressing the impending challenges brought about by climate change. As we look ahead, it becomes evident that our region will face unprecedented challenges due to climate change. It is projected that we'll experience higher land and ocean surface temperatures, which will undoubtedly affect the rainfall patterns, wind dynamics, and the timing and intensity of weather events. These changes will undoubtedly impact our agricultural sector, our natural resources, and the well-being of our community. In light of this, the efforts made by Sadc in fostering and harmonized regional response to climate change, such as the adoption of the Sadc Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan, are commendable efforts in tackling this imminent threat. However, our role as legislators does not simply end there. It is imperative that we use our influence and responsibility to urge our respective governments to set more ambitious emissions reductions targets, develop sustainable long-term adaptation strategies, and establish credible financing plans to support this effort. Moreover, we should, as Sadc, strongly advocate for the active oversight of the climate goals set forth in COP28, ensuring that these are not just lofty promises, but tangible commitments that safeguard the rights and well-being of our citizens in the face of our climate adversity. That being said, Mr. President, we should call upon the Sadc PF to take a vital step forward in this crucial journey by facilitating the development of a regional parliamentary oversight toolkit on the outcomes of COP28. I was right before that. Thanks. Thanks, that's appreciated. That being said, we should call upon Sadc PF to take a vital step forward in this crucial journey by facilitating the development of a regional parliamentary oversight toolkit on the outcomes of COP28, thus enabling Sadc member parliaments to bolster their domestic oversight strategies effectively. Furthermore, we should urge that Sadc PF champion the development of a regional model law on climate change, uniting our legislative response to the climate crisis in a harmonized, impactful manner. To conclude, Mr. President, it falls upon us as parliamentarians to take proactive measures in securing the future of our region, fortifying a comprehensive and effective response to the climate crisis. It is through our collective will and determination that we pave the way for a resilient, sustainable future of generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Member. I give the floor to the member from Mauritius.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Stephanie Onketipa. Over the 55 years, Over the 55 years since Mauritius gained independence, the agriculture sector has played a pivotal role in the nation's development. Mauritius has successfully attained self-sufficiency in various productions such as eggs, chicken, and potatoes, encompassing nearly 30 agricultural products. It was during the confinement that Mauritians really became aware of the importance of producing locally. Among the myriad challenges facing Mauritius, a prominent issue persists: the scarcity of labor. Although the government provides incentives for young people to venture into agriculture, there is a notable reluctance among Mauritians to engage in agricultural work. Acquiring labor has become an arduous challenge, leading us to rely heavily on imported foreign labor, predominantly sourced from Bangladesh and Madagascar. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I give the floor to the member from Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the report. Mr. President, Sadc region, especially Botswana, continue to experience unreliable low rainfall, especially in the western part of the country, which leads to severe drought. We even declared a drought. Climate change, together with belt fires, are also contributing factors in this regard. And all this defeats efforts made by the Botswana government to ensure food security in the country. Mr. President, even though we are hard hit by drought, Botswana government is trying to support farmers and citizens with subsidies to encourage them to continue producing food to augment our imports. The government of Botswana, through Ministry of Agriculture Development and Food Security, revamped some of programs and introduced new programs which are productivity output-led and reward-based, whose main aim is to improve food security at household and at national level. The main intention of these programs is to get farmers into a commercial way of operating. Mr. President, we should have utilized the Russia-Ukraine conflict to develop our agriculture sector and generate more employment opportunities for young people and women in our region. As member states, we should turn these situations into opportunities and craft policies and laws which would ensure our countries to redirect and allocate sufficient resources for agriculture development and food security. Mr. President, agriculture has a great potential to create job opportunity for citizens, especially in rural villages, where I am from. Through its value chain, unemployment rate in Sadc region can reduce drastically. We have lots of natural resources which have great value in our economies, especially minerals. These natural resources need to be protected so that our future generations can also benefit from. By so doing, we need good, effective policies and laws in place to protect these resources from depletion. Mr. President, in the previous sittings of Botswana Parliament, we amended some laws in attempt to protect our natural resources and to ensure that they benefit local communities they found in. We work on those policies. We debated them so that our people can be protected, especially at local level. Thank you, Mr. President. I support.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize a member from Angola.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, por me ter dado a palavra. Honoráveis deputados, eu começo por felicitar a Comissão pela pertinência das questões apresentadas no relatório, que obviamente chamam a nossa atenção em como lidar com questões tão sensíveis como a alimentação, a agricultura e os recursos naturais. E aí, obviamente, chama a nossa atenção a questão do ambiente, que é uma questão central e transversal, que requer a adoção de medidas preventivas, como a identificação e a mitigação de riscos, a implementação de ações de respostas imediatas dos Estados-membros, bem como o engajamento da sociedade civil e das nossas respectivas comunidades. Entendo que os nossos parlamentos devem assegurar que se reforce a legislação sobre a proteção do ambiente, a monitoria e avaliação sistemática e rigorosa das medidas que são aprovadas sobre a matéria, porque as ações de reforço para a redução de riscos das calamidades não podem esperar. Os riscos são reais e nenhum dos Estados-membros pode lutar sozinho. Nós precisamos de lutar e vencer juntos. Isto significa que deve existir mais articulação, mais diálogo e mais troca de experiência para nós lidarmos com o fenómeno de forma conjunta e colaborativa, tendo sempre presente as boas experiências dos nossos países. Neste sentido, nós consideramos que a ação climática, em prol da redução de riscos de calamidades e da recuperação das regiões afetadas, é uma tarefa que deve continuar a convocar os nossos Estados para uma maior assunção dos compromissos assentes na necessidade de agirmos local para soluções globais. Permitam-me, honoráveis deputados, partilhar que o Estado angolano tem estado a realizar ações de combate à seca, materializando assim ações estruturais e profundas, sobretudo no sul de Angola. O Estado angolano definiu na sua agenda diretrizes e objetivos que colocam os legisladores numa posição privilegiada para atuarem como veículos de interface entre o povo e as instituições. Este posicionamento tem permitido o engajamento de todos os atores e setores relevantes da sociedade angolana em ações e tarefas em prol das ações climáticas de forma preventiva e em dinâmicas de solidariedade sistémica para os casos em que se impõe abordar as consequências do fenómeno. Em Angola, os principais desafios inerentes aos riscos ambientais e as calamidades associadas verificam-se sobretudo no sul do país, numa região predominantemente desértica, em que se observa ciclicamente a ocorrência de estiagem e secas prolongadas. São prova disso as províncias de Cunene, do Namibe, do Cubango e da Huila, que são afetadas por esses fenómenos, impondo que, por parte de algumas das municipalidades que são severamente afetadas, medidas em relação, por exemplo, à disposição de água potável para o consumo humano e para o gado, que é a principal cultura desta região. Desde logo, vale partilhar com os senhores deputados que, no meu país, as inundações e os efeitos da seca constituem os fenómenos hidrometeorológicos de maior impacto que colocam um grande desafio aos programas de desenvolvimento realizados pelo governo angolano. Este facto motivou a criação de diversos planos de contingência e combate às calamidades naturais, tendo como base a Lei nº 14/20, sobre a qual foram introduzidos novos conceitos que estão a ser materializados com o apoio dos nossos parceiros. Permita-me, Sr. Presidente, para terminar, sublinhar que, não obstante a urgência que a questão climática impõe, reconhecemos, entretanto, que existem ainda inúmeras dificuldades na busca de consensos para uma atuação mais concertada em prol da defesa do ambiente, motivada, como referiram aqui vários deputados, pelos interesses econômicos e financeiros que muitas vezes ensombram a exploração dos recursos naturais e outras matérias necessárias para o desenvolvimento social dos nossos países. Entretanto, os riscos das calamidades e outras formas de desequilíbrio ambiental estão intimamente associadas à exploração desenfreada destas matérias, pois as mesmas promovem perigosas alterações nos ecossistemas. Por essa razão, nós devemos continuar a multiplicar os nossos esforços e dividir as nossas boas experiências entre os nossos Estados para podermos ter bons resultados e fazermos com que, de facto, a agricultura seja a base e a indústria um fator decisivo para o desenvolvimento dos nossos Estados, sem perder de vista as estratégias para a segurança alimentar. Portanto, eu queria, Sr. Presidente, apoiar este relatório e agradeço a vossa especial atenção.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The member from Seychelles will now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will agree with the mover and the seconder of the motion and the previous speaker that climate change causes devastating effect on social economic development, agriculture, and human security, resulting in deteriorating access to productive assets such as water and arable land, making food insecurity and humanitarian situation even worse, and the immediate effect of climate change, among which are persistent drought, floods, pests, and are compounded by economic challenges, poverty, conflict, gender disparity, and gaps in social accountability, leaving many citizens of the Sadc exposed to various vulnerabilities. Mr. President, agriculture remains an important employment sector for women in low-middle economic income countries in the region, and they generally depend more on natural resources which are fundamentally affected by climate change. And during period of drought, rainfall, and floods, women as agricultural workers works harder to secure income and resources for their family. Therefore, the consequences of climate change are an increased burden for women and girls. For example, causing them to travel further to obtain daily supplies, leaving less time for paid work and potentially exposing them to greater risk to their personal safety. For girls, climate changes put additional pressure on them as they often have to leave school to help their mother manage the increased burden. In the aftermath of natural disaster, women and girls are less able to access relief and assistance, further strengthening their livelihood, well-being, and recovery, and creating a vicious circle of vulnerability to further disaster, because women generally have less access to credit than men, which is a major barrier in investing in agriculture, agribusiness, and enterprise. Lack of finance for women farmers often keep women trapped in poverty and subsistence farming, particularly in the face of climate impact. Thus, various policy interventions must be put in place by respective countries to tackle this gender imbalance. Parliamentarians must also advocate for the inclusion of women in early warning plans and programs so that climate change solutions can not only meet the need of women, but also draw on their existing knowledge and skills in water harvesting, storage of food preservation and rationing, and natural resource management. And women should also be involved in the recovery plan. Mr. President, with these few remarks, I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have a member from Zambia next to address.
Mr. President, I thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts around I thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to share some thoughts around this subject matter. From the outset, I would like to thank the mover and the seconder of the motion for ably debating this matter. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the honorable speakers in the House. This said, Mr. Speaker, allow me to write on the protocols already established. I would like to submit that countries can enhance their preparedness and response strategies to address the growing threat of climate change, induced droughts and flooding on food security and nutrition caused by one, implementing conservation farming practices such as no-till agriculture and the promotion of agroforestry. 2, implementing prevention of soil erosion caused by floods. In this regard, as was shared earlier, the Zambian Parliament, through the leadership of the Speaker, is planting 1,000 trees per constituency, and there are 150 constituencies, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. Sorry. Further, the Zambian government, through the Department of Forestry, has intensified the tree planting exercise countrywide. Furthermore, there are other stakeholders, such as traditional leaders, who have taken up the initiative of planting more trees within their chiefdoms. 3, sensitize the farmers on switching to drought-resistant and early maturing crops and best practices to manage the crop. The Zambian government has therefore, through the Ministry of Agriculture, intensified production of the variety of these drought-resistant seeds. This move is expected to result in enhanced food and nutrition security. Then, considering the recent tropical cyclones, what measures should be taken to enhance resilience in the communities in terms of infrastructure and protecting human life and livelihood? A, countries should endeavor to build structures that are resilient to the adverse weather patterns. 2, insurance of drought, flood-prone areas. This step will help protect the livelihoods of our people in our communities. Thirdly, on how securing sustainable climate financing for adaptation and mitigation efforts, and how can these funds be effectively utilized. A, climate change should be viewed from the business perspective, especially by the youth. For example, during the COVID disasters, youth hashed in on face masks and hand sanitizers. Similarly, youth should innovate tools that address climate change challenges, impacts such as low water levels, reducing hydroelectricity. This creates an opportunity for development and the sale of solar products, such as I'll repeat that. This creates an opportunity for development and the sale of solar products as a way of moving away from hydro products. The national budget allocations should be appropriated to programs that, around sustainable climate adaptation and mitigation. Mr. President, I support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There being no other requests for intervention, I will return to the mover of the motion, the Honourable Onani, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On the onset, let me thank the seconder of the motion, my colleague, the Vice Chairperson of the committee from Tanzania, Honorable Hawa, for a well-elaborated secondment that she made. The first intervention, Mr. President, we had was from South Africa, and he emphasized on climate change financing and also on at least trying to develop a model law that we can share amongst the Sadc member states so that we can domesticate it. I wish to place on record and also just to give the members a heads up that the Secretary General and her office are working tirelessly trying to formulate one, and I'm sure in due course we should have a climate change model law in place. On the second one, we had an intervention from Mauritius, where she also emulated so much on how powerful agriculture is in the country and the other inputs that they do in as far as agriculture is concerned and how much it helps within the economy of Mauritius. The second intervention was from Botswana. She also explained so much, and she spoke so much about the drought that they have experienced and the food securities. The fourth intervention was from Angola, whereby we also highlighted, Mr. President, on the southern part of Angola, how much the drought is hitting them, and also the mitigating factors that the government is taking and the steps the government is taking to at least try their level best as a country to mitigate the issues to do with drought. We also have an intervention from Seychelles, whereby she also recommended so much on agriculture, and also she emphasized so much on women, because it's also the women that play most of the important role in agriculture, and also the youth. And also we had intervention from Zambia, whereby also she emphasized so much on issues to do with climate change, soil erosion, droughts, and also climate financing. Mr. President, having come this far, I can put it on record that indeed the members here, they strongly agree and understand the importance of agriculture in the region, and also understand that the future is food, the future is energy. With those few remarks, Mr. President, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Debate being concluded, I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources be adopted. Are there any objections? There being none, the report is duly adopted. Honorable members, thank you very much for all your deliberations. It is now my pleasure to release you for lunch break, and our meeting will resume at 14:30 hours. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members, delegates, and all our staff in attendance. We will resume with the fifth order of the day, and I call on the Secretary General to read the order.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee.
This motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee is in the name of the Honorable Ismail Onani, its chairperson. I call on the chairperson to move the motion.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee to the 54th plenary assembly session of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, laid on the table on the 23rd of November, 2023.
Thank you. Can I call for a seconder? The Honorable Raymond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise on the motion of adoption of the report of the Sadc
Thank you, Honorable Member. I call on the mover of the motion to present the motion.
Mr. President, this committee draws its mandate from Article 17, subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Sadc PF and Rule 20, subsection 2 of the Rules of Procedure of Sadc PF. Mr. President, the committee met under the theme Garnering Insight into the Base of Signature and Ratification of Sadc Protocols. The committee was privileged to benefit from two moving and informative testimonies aimed at giving the members a picture of what obtained in member countries regarding the domestication of model law on child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. The first testimony was from Loveness Muzuri, a survivor of child marriage and an activist in issues of child marriage. The other was from Dr. Nyaruvazai, the AU Goodwill Ambassador on Child Marriage. Further, the committee received an insightful presentation by the Sadc PF Secretary General on stock-taking of statuses of ratification of Sadc protocols and related instruments to date, and stock-taking of challenges and bottlenecks in the ratification of Sadc protocols, the regional perspective. This presentation was aimed at exploring ratification and domestication of Sadc protocols and model laws to enhance regional cooperation and development, and to reflect on the ratification of protocols within the Sadc institutions to find similarities which could assist in the domestication of model laws. The committee also received 3 informative country presentations from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Angola, and Zambia on the ratification of international instruments, which further highlighted challenges and bottlenecks in the ratification of such international instruments, in particular Sadc protocols. These presentations gave the members a picture of what obtained at national level in as far as the processes of ratification and domestication of international instruments was concerned. Further, the presentations put forward recommendations for addressing the said challenges and bottlenecks. Mr. President, the findings of the committee, including recommendations arising from its interactions with the child marriage survivor, the child marriage activist, and presenters, are outlined in the committee's report. Allow me to merely highlight a few of the salient issues contained therein. Following the insightful presentations and deliberations, the committee noted with appreciation the active role that Sadc PF Secretariat was playing in ensuring the monitoring of the domestication of Sadc model laws through the development and implementation of the scorecard to track the progress on domestication of model laws in the member states. The committee also noted the support offered by the Sadc Secretariat in enhancing regional cooperation and development through capacitating the committee and member parliaments in ensuring the ratification and domestication of the Sadc protocols and model laws. Further, Mr. President, the committee noted that a lot was being done to address child marriage in the region, and the domestication initiatives of the Sadc model law on education of child marriage and protecting children already in the marriage. The committee also noted the recommendations put forward by the child marriage survivor and the EU Goodwill Ambassador on child marriage to address the issue of child marriage in the region. In particular, it was recommended that member parliaments should ensure that the SADC-PF transformation to a SADC parliament becomes a reality to ensure that SADC model laws are binding by member states. In this regard, the committee noted with concern the tardiness of some SADC member states in signing of the agreement amending the SADC treaty to create the SADC parliament. Mr. President, the committee also noted the challenges and bottlenecks encountered in ratification and domestication at national level and appreciated the recommendations and strategies for possible solutions to address the identified challenges and bottlenecks. In particular, the role the committee and member of parliament in addressing the said challenges and bottlenecks. Further, Mr. President, the committee noted that ratification of domestication of SADC protocols was a vehicle for regional cooperation and integration in addressing issues of mutual interest in the SADC region and how parliaments could exercise their oversight role to put pressure on the executive to speed up ratification of SADC protocols and other international instruments. The committee agreed further that member parliaments needed to ensure that adequate funds are allocated to programs, activities, or sectors that relate to the ratification and domestication of SADC protocols, and develop mechanisms for monitoring the process of ratification and domestication of the protocols, and enactment of the laws required to give effect to international instruments. Mr. President, the committee resolved that member countries must address the challenges and bottlenecks encountered at national level to ensure the timely ratification and domestication of the SADC protocols by member countries. The committee further noted the obstacles which hampered the ratification and some cross-cutting issues provided for the SADC protocols, which could be addressed and implemented with the ratification of the protocols. In particular, the attention of the committee was drawn to the issue of visa exemptions among the SADC member states, addressed by the protocol on the facilitation of free movement of the persons. In this regard, the committee agreed that the granting of visa exemptions needed to be given priority by members of parliament for the attainment of the economic integration among member states. Pursuant to its deliberations, the committee recommended to the 54th Plenary Assembly to urge SADC member states to ratify and domesticate SADC protocols and model laws to ensure the harmonization of laws and enhance regional cooperation in addressing issues of mutual interest in the SADC region, and to ensure that adequate funds are allocated to programs, activities, or sectors that relate to the ratification and domestication of SADC protocols, and develop mechanisms for monitoring the process of ratification and domestication of the protocols. Employ on SADC parliaments to push for the domestication of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and for the enforcement laws that are put in place at national level to eradicate child marriage. Encourage SADC member states to sign the the forum to a Sadc Parliament to ensure the full implementation of its programs and initiatives as a regional parliament, and authorize and direct the Secretariat to continue to request member parliaments to urge their countries to sign the agreement to amend the Sadc Treaty to give effect to the Sadc-PF transformation to a Sadc Parliament, and to continue in familiarizing Sadc member parliaments with Sadc protocols, with a view to capacitate members in adopting ratification and domestication strategies for promoting regional integration and achieving harmonization of legal norms at national level. Mr. President, on behalf of the committee, I wish to sincerely thank the resource persons for the insightful and well-researched presentations they made during the meeting, which facilitated our understanding and engagement on the issues before us. In conclusion, Mr. President, allow me to also place on record the gratitude of the committee to the Secretary General and her team for steering work done in the facilitating of our work. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will give the floor to the Honourable Charlie Raymond to address in secondment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to support the motion on the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which has been so ably moved by the chairperson, Honorable Ishmael Jane Daila Nani, Member of Parliament from Malawi. Mr. President, in agreeing with the mover of the motion, let me state from the outset that the committee appreciates the support of the Secretariat in capacitating the committee and member parliaments in ensuring the ratification and domestication of the Sadc protocols and model laws, in ensuring that we carry out our mandate of monitoring the domestication of the Sadc model laws, which are informed by international and regional instruments, including the Sadc protocols. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to exercise our oversight mandate to ensure ratification of the Sadc protocols at country levels in order to enhance regional cooperation and the development in addressing issues of mutual interest. In this regard, we have to adopt strategies that will address all the challenges and bottlenecks that hamper ratification and the domestication of the Sadc protocols and our model laws, in particular, the model law on the eradication of child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, as we have noted that the problem of child marriage still persists in our countries. Mr. President, I also reiterate the movers' sentiments that member states should be encouraged to sign the agreement to amend the Sadc Treaty to give effect to the Sadc-PF transformation to a Sadc Parliament in order to ensure the full implementation of its programs and initiatives as a regional parliament. Mr. President, and here I should insist that we members of parliament seated here with our honorable speakers should take this as a duty. Finally, Mr. President, I welcome the proposal that member parliaments should explore innovative financing and monitoring mechanisms for the process of ratification and domestication of the protocols. Mr. President, I second the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. The floor is open for debate now. Would members who wish to intervene kindly raise their hands? I recognize the member from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would just want to appreciate the submission by the mover and the seconder of the motion, and indeed in support of some of the observations made. As Zambia, my name is Mr. Sune. We just want to speak in particular to the issue of signing up the amendments to the treaty so that the Sadc Parliamentary Forum becomes a regional parliament. I think some of this as Zambia, we did allude to it in our report, but just to reiterate in the interest of time, is that there are a lot of benefits that will come by us being part of the regional parliament. I had a privilege, Mr. President and honorable colleagues, a week ago, where the SG was also brought in via Zoom to bring the very reason and to justify the case for Zambia through the parliament. So we had to become witnesses because that's the part of the process in Zambia. And indeed, we are happy that it's progressing well and the motion will be coming on the floor of the House because the committee has finished and as already alluded to, with the able leadership of Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Nelly Muti, we hope to become the 10 states that sign to this very need to amend and become a regional parliament. I heard one clap. Thank you. And just to speak to some of the benefits and why this is critical to push, even for a person like me who was actually a witness in the committee. We have been complaining for the longest time that a lot of our model laws are not finding it themselves in our different states. And indeed, it seems that we keep talking, but there is no teeth per se to ensure that these model laws are domesticated, and if they are in some areas they are not. We believe, even as we have been convinced as Zambia, that away from making sure that we are also subscribing to some of what happens at the main Sadc body where the heads of state meet, I think some of the reasons, or one of the critical reasons, is that now our model laws through the Sadc forum, which will be in a parliament, can maybe be implemented. At least it will add some teeth to us so that we can see the light of the day in terms of domestication and implementation in our countries. The model law on eliminating or ending child marriage is one that you'd think that we didn't have to continue debating about. But here we find ourselves again, reminding the different states that we need to do this because it's so critical if we are going to preserve our generation and the many generations to come. Another addition to why the regional parliament is critical, there will be need, therefore, to bring our issues that we deliberate upon to the main floor of the executive. And we know that also there is a council of ministers that meets together to deliberate on some of these model laws and other instruments that may come out of our meeting. So it is important, therefore, that the amending of the treaty to become a regional parliament is taken in very seriously. And our generations, our young people, they continue to fall in the cracks of their marriages, and that should not make any one of us happy as we sit here. And then maybe lastly, the issue of fundraising and sustainability. As the saying goes, he who pays the piper calls the tune. And as long as we continue to struggle as Sadc Parliamentary Forum in terms of finances, we'll forever just come, do the mundane and go back. So I think the call from the seconder, and I think that was also another point that as Zambia we raised, that maybe there is need, even as we continue employing within the Sadc Parliamentarian Forum and to the executive, to look into some of the skills that are being brought on because without finding people who are maybe experts in fundraising, in resource mobilization,
the issue of finances will forever be a hindrance or a challenge for this forum, and that is not a way to proceed. So I think I wanted to add those few comments, and I'm sure other members go on to add. Otherwise, to say that I support the motion, and those were the submissions.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Speaker from Angola.
Senhor Presidente, gostaria de fazer senhores Presidentes dos Parlamentos, seus representantes, distintas delegações, gostaria de fazer algumas considerações sobre este tema. É importante continuarmos a fazer recurso dos mecanismos que permitam a continuidade e o reforço de instrumentos legais em defesa da justiça, da legalidade e da democracia, de forma a permitir uma ação conjunta para a paz social e por uma justiça mais célere e mais próxima dos cidadãos e que restabeleça a confiança nas instituições. É importante continuar a desenvolver esforços e assumir os compromissos para a formulação de políticas que melhorem cada vez mais eficazmente a fiscalização das leis modelo. Continua a ser prioritária que as nossas leis nacionais estejam alinhadas e conformadas com as leis modelo do Fórum Parlamentar da Sadc sobre questões atuais e estratégicas de entendimento e aceitação comum, algumas sobre situações aqui abordadas por várias delegações, como a violência doméstica, o abuso e tráfico de menores, a preservação do meio ambiente, os casamentos precoces e crimes patrimoniais e financeiros e contra os nossos recursos, como a pesca ilegal, o contrabando e outras práticas já denunciadas nas intervenções que me antecederam. Foi aqui chamada a atenção para a pilhagem e uso irracional dos recursos naturais dos nossos países, a exploração, comercialização e a exportação ilegal de diamantes, madeira não processada e inertes não transformados devem merecer o agravamento das penas para estes crimes económicos, de forma a que os infratores cessem a pilhagem de recursos naturais que pesam negativamente na riqueza nacional dos nossos países, nas nossas reservas financeiras nacionais e obstaculizam o desenvolvimento sustentável das nossas nações. Como foi referido aqui por a ilustre delegada do Botsuana e da Zâmbia, temos que criar instrumentos jurídicos que protejam os nossos recursos e que fomentem o comércio interregional, de forma particular nos países da Sadc e de forma muito especial aos países sem acesso ao mar ou os pequenos países insulares que enfrentam mais dificuldade de comunicação. A propósito, gostaria de referir o ganho para a nossa região da grande plataforma de desenvolvimento integrado que constitui o Corredor do Lubito, um programa integrado, multidimensional e que vai facilitar a implementação da Zona de Comércio Livre Africano, de que somos signatários, e que vai ligar de forma mais direta e célere Angola, Zâmbia e a República Democrática do Congo, e agilizar a troca e a exportação de mercadorias, de pessoas e de bens. Está a ser operacionalizado através de um acordo tripartido para a exploração do corredor, que vai facilitar a ligação ferroviária entre os países que eu já citei. Trata-se de um projeto de importância estratégica para a circulação de mercadorias e passageiros e a exportação de bens, funcionando como um verdadeiro eixo circular para o desenvolvimento do interior dos nossos países e facilitar as trocas comerciais interregionais e a nível do continente no futuro, garantindo mais emprego, mais sustentabilidade social e mais desenvolvimento das nossas economias. Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Do I have other interventions? The Honorable Member, Leader of Delegation of Malawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I fully support the report ably presented and seconded. I am glad to report that Malawi had a chance to look into this model law through the Women Caucus of Malawi Parliament and some representatives from other parliamentary committees with the support from Plan Malawi International. The good thing is that Malawi has a similar law in place, which was passed some time back, which states that no child will form a marital union below the age of 18. The day we passed this law, the whole parliament celebrated, except me, because I don't celebrate strategies, I celebrate results. Unfortunately, we have the law in place, and we still have early marriages and early pregnancies. So my plea to the House is that when we have such laws, put them in use. Make sure that the laws are implemented and enforced, because that is what we want. If we can just have the good documentations, I think that's not what we are looking for. But the results that will come out from that law is that we are looking for. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I don't have other requests for intervention. I will therefore call on the Honorable Onani to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the onset, let me thank the seconder of the motion, Honorable Raymond from Tanzania, who has ably seconded the motion. We had an intervention from Zambia, whereby she emphasized the need of having a Sadc parliament so that we transform from a PF to a parliament in order for us to be able to move with speed and with time in as far as model laws are concerned. The Right Honorable Speaker from Angola as well, she emphasized so much on being united in as far as protecting our natural resources is concerned. And she lamented so much on other natural resources, including wood, whereby she was speaking about Namibia, Zambia, to be united in protecting the natural resources. This, I believe, if we are a regional parliament and we have put our model laws in force, it is going to ably protect our natural resources that we have, because we're going to be using the same law, rather than having a law that is going to be weak in one country and strong in the other country. And also, the leader of delegation from Malawi, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, she has also alluded to the fact that Malawi has already got the model law on child and early marriage already enacted, and it's in operation. But she has emphasized so much that having a beautiful law on paper without action is nothing. And as a regional parliament or as a regional Sadc PF, we need to emphasize so much on acting more than talking. With these few remarks, Mr. President, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. This concluding debate, I now put the question that the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee be adopted. Are there objections? There being none, the report is duly adopted. Thank you. Honorable members, I seek your guidance. We have one more item on our order paper for today, and that is a break from motions and reports. So we are actually ahead of our schedule, and I want to see if we need to break now, or if we may just continue and perhaps give you an early break. Do I have any? I see some members are shaking heads in approval. If there are no objections, may we continue on the agenda? Thank you for the thumbs up, Honorable Speaker from Lesotho. We will continue with the last order of the day, and I will call on the Secretary General to read the sixth order for the day.
Statement by the Speaker of Parliament of Zambia on the launch of a book titled The Birth and Rise and Role of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in Addressing Regional Issues, authored by Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, former Secretary General of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, pursuant to Rule 45 of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum Rules of Procedure.
Thank you, Secretary General. For that, it is my pleasure to invite the Speaker of the Parliament of Zambia, Honorable Nelly Muti, to make a statement on the launch of the book titled The Birth, Rise and Role of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in Addressing Regional Issues, as our Secretary General has explained, written by Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, the former Secretary General of the Sadc PF. And this is pursuant to Rule 45 of the Sadc PF Rules of Procedure. Honorable Speaker, you may address.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The President of Sadc Parliamentary Forum, the host speaker, speakers from member parliaments and other leaders of delegations present, may I simply ride on the protocols already established. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the delegation from Zambia, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to render this statement on the launch of the book authored by Dr. Kasuka Simwinji Mutukwa, entitled The Birth, Rise and Role of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in Addressing Regional Issues. From the onset, let me place on record my sincere thanks to the Executive Committee of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum for approving the request by our Parliament during its virtual meeting held on Saturday, 4th November 2023, to have the book launched during the 54th Plenary Assembly of the Forum. Dr. Mutukwa is a man of little introduction to the Forum, as his immense contribution to the setup of the Forum to where it is today, as its first Secretary General, is in the public domain in all member parliaments. The captivating book highlights the birth and rise of the Forum and its critical role in addressing regional issues. The book is not only useful to member parliaments, but also other users such as the academia, public service, as well as diplomatic service. Before I request the Secretariat to play the recorded message from Dr. Mutukwa to the Forum, needless to state that the book could not have been launched at a better time than now, when the Forum is at the verge of transforming into a regional parliament, a dream that has been desired since the Forum was established. Further, the review of the Forum's strategic plan 2019 to 2023, in which it has been generally observed that the performance of the Forum in achieving its strategic objectives has been immensely affected due to the limited financial capacity of the Forum, validates the major challenge faced by the Forum since its establishment. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the launch of this book also challenges all of us to develop the habit of penning down and documenting our experiences in books for posterity. I have no doubt in my mind that the book on the birth, rise, and the role of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in addressing regional issues being launched today will have a positive impact on past, present, and future parliaments in the region and beyond. It is now my singular honor and privilege to have the book entitled The Birth, Rise, and Role of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in Addressing Regional Issues officially launched during the 54th Plenary Assembly of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum. This book is going for $20 per copy, $20 per copy, and can be collected from the Sadc PF Secretariat stable. Let me now request the Secretariat to play the recorded message from the author of the book, Dr. Mutukwa. I thank you. Merci beaucoup. Muito
I'm honored
obrigado.
to be able
Thank you.
to address members of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly, Mr. Chairman, or President of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, the Vice Chair, Speakers of the Parliament of Sadc, members of the Executive Committee, Secretary General of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, Mayor Boemo Segoma, Secretaries of Parliament and clerks, and the staff of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Jambo, bonjour, since you are in Mauritius. Malibwanji uko. Botat, Saubona, Mulibwanji, Mumere, Mamukasei, Malibwanji Wonse. It has been an honor and privilege for me to get back to an institution that I love so much, in which I had my prime years, the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, of which I was privileged to become the first Secretary General of the institution when I was elected at the Arusha Plenary Assembly of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in Tanzania in 1999 in June. I took up my position by July, August 1999, and I served 2 full terms of 5 years each, up to 2009, when my term ended and I left the Sadc Parliamentary Forum. It was a privilege to become Secretary General of that very important regional institution, a unique institution among institutions of the Sadc region. I was selected in a very competitive situation, but I put my all. Upon taking office, I proceeded to work on developing a strategic plan, which was driven by the members. I went to all the 14 parliaments at the time, consulted with the parliaments, the speakers, the committee chairpersons, and the members of parliament who were on the Sadc Parliamentary Forum. And we came up with a strategic plan, the first strategic plan. By the time I left, we have had the second strategic plan. On page 160 of the book, which I've authored, and which has brought me back to the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, on page 160, there is a caption there which states the mission of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, which is to have this institution, people-driven, and be in a position to popularize the work of Sadc for the benefit of the people of Sadc. That's how I would summarize it. Following the establishment of the strategic plans, we also ensured that the organization was strengthened by making sure that its constitution, which was well crafted and approved by 1995 at a meeting in Windhoek, Namibia, that constitution was transformed to be realized. The constitution had 15, or has 15 objectives from A to O. It was a very ambitious program for the organization, and our job was, and especially the Secretary General, was to ensure that we bring those wishes into reality. So it was transformation from a dream to a reality of what this organization should do. Principally, the organization was understood to be there to bring together parliamentarians to work together, parliaments to work together, learn lessons from each other. But more important, equally important was for parliamentarians to ensure that they engage on regional matters of how they can promote the growth of Sadc in areas of economy, peace, security, and development. I decided upon retiring as Secretary General in 2009, especially much later, after I had rested at home, to ensure that I come up with a book, which book would have provide the institutional memory that is required for people of Sadc, both members of parliament, aspiring members of parliament, councillors, the public service, and all persons who are interested in issues Sadc would be able to benefit from what is written in this book. It was also my thought that the enormous work that the Sadc Parliamentary Forum had done under my watch and my guidance at the time, as coordinator of the Secretariat and CEO, should be that we have chapters in the book. Which chapters would help the members of Parliament to focus on the issues that each of the parliaments may need to address. It is my hope that the Sadc Parliamentary Forum Parliament will now complete the three legs of any governance structure, namely the executive, which usually is dominant, the legislature, which was missing in the Sadc component, and then the judiciary. Now, in the Sadc component, unlike we did not have a parliamentary wing, we had a forum until recently. Although that allowed members of Parliament to really have a voice. It became a voice of parliamentarians on Sadc matters. And it definitely raised those voices on issues of elections and regionalized the number of issues which were until that time considered to be the preserve of the national jurisdiction. But with the advocacy that has taken place through the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in the last 20 years, it's now clear that some of the issues, it has contributed to regionalizing some of those issues. So it has been a privilege for me to have served as the first Secretary General. It was an honor to me personally, it was an honor to my country, Zambia, and I'm most grateful to Zambia for all that they did, and all of you in the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, all the parliaments and your predecessors, some of whom have left us. We mourn them, and may their souls rest in peace. So I wish your meeting well, and may God bless the Sadc Parliamentary Forum.
Honorable delegates, it is now an honor for me to add a few words to mark this occasion. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Speaker of the Parliament of Zambia, Dr. Nelly Muti, for the statement in introducing the book authored by Dr. Mutukwa, the former Secretary General of the Sadc PF. As she indicated, the book is of great value to our organization and to the Sadc region. It is always a remarkable step of showing permanence of an organization to have its history recorded for those presently engaged and for those who will be engaged in the organization in the future. The publication of this book not only commemorates the history and development of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, but it is also a valuable resource for understanding the forum's contribution to regional issues over the years. It provides insight in our organization's journey, its challenges, and addressing critical regional matters. It will help, I think, all who read the book to understand the work of Sadc PF better and also to appreciate its contributions. Dr. Mutukwa's extensive experience and knowledge, especially in his role as Secretary General, make this book authoritative as an account of our organization's evolution and its role in advancing regional cooperation. It is, in fact, a testament to the commitment and to the hard work of those who have contributed to the Sadc Parliamentary Forum's success. I am confident that the book will not only inform, but also inspire current and future generations of leaders, parliamentarians who serve within this organization. It will also be a valuable reference for those engaged in other organizations, policymakers, researchers, and anyone interested in the history of regional parliamentarism in Southern Africa. And I hope it will be of significance for the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in the future. So once again, I believe I echo our members in expressing a tribute to Dr. Mutukwa for his contribution to our organization's history, and through that, an insight into the broader regional context of parliamentarism that we are associated with. Honorable members, I thank you very much for your attention, and I appreciate your commemoration of this book. Secretary General, do we have any announcements at this point? Thank you. Honorable members, we have come to the end of our business for today. I know that we are early, but I hope you will be able to appreciate the time that you are left. I think we have had very little time to enjoy the island of Mauritius that is hosting us, and this may give you a couple precious hours to do that. So I am very pleased to adjourn the plenary assembly for today, and we will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. We are adjourned. Thank you and good evening.
Oh, it was. I don't understand.